saw 4 dead children this morning heaped on a stretcher. One of them was about 18 months old, and I could tell this because his feet were the same size as my own son's. The rest of him was so thin and tortured that he no longer looked human. I'm told that he died from diarrhea after eating poison leaves, because there was nothing else to eat. In other words, he starved to death. Of course, he didn't have to die, but unfortunately, the cost of keeping him alive was inflationary. Some milk powder and a handful of grain every day would have cost at least 20 pence. I must apologize. This really isn't appropriate New Year television, is it? Especially with all our own problems of inflation in Britain. Indeed, before I came here, I was told many times, don't do Bangladesh, people won't watch it, they'll switch over. And of course, I can sympathize with people who do switch over, because I realize that I and other reporters have helped to immunize people against Bangladesh by reporting their horrors year after year. But I do ask you to watch this film, because I believe that possibly the greatest famine in recorded history has now begun here, with tens of thousands of people already dead and dying and suffering. I also believe that Bangladesh could become the world's most ignored tragedy, because Mr. Kissinger and Mr. Brezhnev have now agreed on a world doctrine in which a country like Bangladesh is expendable. It has no oil, it has no real strategic value, it has no military power, it has no practical purpose. All it has is people who now wish to live.
Today is an average day in the streets of Dhaka, now the most desperate of cities. More desperate, I'm told, than even Calcutta and Shanghai in the 30s. In normal times, this lorry collects the bodies of a few dozen destitutes. Now it collects hundreds of bodies, all of them starved to death, including this 11-year-old girl whose name was Hasna, who died in the gutter a few hours before we arrived, with her mother and brother beside her, still with nothing to eat.
Well, I've been out here really for 30 years. I came out in 1942, and I think I can quite honestly say that this is by far the worst emergency that I've ever seen in this part of the world. There have been others, but when I was young, I didn't really pay all that much attention. Yes. But latterly, I have seen bad years in India and Assam and Bengal, but nothing like this. If you go early in the morning, you'll find bodies lying around in the streets of Dhaka. And the other day I saw a mother who had lost her child, and she was using the child's body, in fact, as a means of getting money, begging.
So this film will go out on January the 2nd. How much worse will the situation be here in Bangladesh?
Starvation cases could only get worse. This is I think perhaps the basic thing. There are many starvation cases which are now medical cases, and if they're left longer, there will be lots more deaths.
In other words, they're dying.
They are dying. This is the heart of the matter.
And by January the 2nd, they'll be dead.
Many of them will, yes, most certainly.
Why have these children been allowed to starve? Why have they not been saved? The answer is not what you have often been told, that Bangladesh is so corrupt it is beyond redemption. For some of us who came here at the birth of this country, reporters, foreign aid officials, political do-gooders, Bangladesh was no more than a brief cynical romance, a source of good copy. And now the story and the cause are stale, the problem too great, the tragedy unfashionable. These people are starving to death because 2 crops were ruined by flood and because of certain major political decisions taken outside Bangladesh. We were too concerned with oil to notice that in 1974 food became a political weapon, a more lethal weapon than oil. We can do without oil, we cannot do without food. The United States Secretary of State, Dr. Henry Kissinger, controls the distribution of all American surplus food abroad. Not one country on his priority list is hungry. All are Dr. Kissinger's client states. All comply with his world strategy in return for favors such as food. At the top of the priority list are Chile, Cambodia, South Korea, and South Vietnam. South Vietnam, which gets more American food than any other country, not only exports its own rice, but openly sells America's food to buy arms in order to continue a war on America's behalf. Bangladesh is not on Dr. Kissinger's priority list.
Dr. Rudin, would you ask him if most of the people who are buried in the cemetery die of starvation?
এই যে গোরস্থানে যারা মারা যাচ্ছে তাদের মধ্যে বেশিরভাগ লোকই কি না খেয়ে মারা যাচ্ছে অনাহার সে বলছে যে he says that most of the cases death cases are from starvation.
On December the 8th, 1974, a secret report by the US State Department was leaked in Washington. It gave examples and details of the use of food as a means of shoring up one regime and blackmailing another. It quoted a top official whose job is to carry out Dr. Kissinger's strategic policies. He said, "To give food aid to countries just because they are starving is a pretty weak reason."
Six million people died in concentration camps during 4 years in World War II. Almost as many people may have died in Bangladesh in the last 4 years. Years of drought, flood, epidemic, a genocidal war, and now famine, perhaps the greatest famine of all. I don't draw this parallel idly. I happen to be standing in the middle of a field piled high with human skeletons, bones and skulls and pieces of human hair for as far as I can see, now being picked over by crows. This is just one cemetery in Dhaka, and today they are digging up last month's famine victims in order to bury today's victims. 85 since 7 o'clock, 10,000 since last July, and most of them young, starved children. Many of these children died because they couldn't get milk. Last year, the United Nations in Dhaka stopped feeding starving children a powder made from milk and soya beans, simply because the common market countries had bought up all American soya bean stocks to use as cattle feed. And yet the EEC Council of Ministers haggled for months before releasing a miserable £63 million as relief aid, an eighth of what they had promised to 25 hungry countries, of which Bangladesh is but one. And incidentally, many of these children died because they found it impossible to eat what they got from the much-ballyhooed World Food Conference. Nothing but platitudes.
He's his son.
That's his son?
Son.
When did he die? Just today?
আজকে মারা গেছে আজকে রাতে মারা গেছে last night. Yes.
How old was he?
বয়স কত ছিল বয়স 3 মাস 3 months old.
Dr. Henry Kissinger opened the World Food Conference in Rome with these words.
We must proclaim a bold objective that within a decade, no child will go to bed hungry, that no family will fear for its next day's bread, and that no human being's future and capacities will be stunted by malnutrition. Our responsibility is clear. Let the nations gathered here resolve to confront the challenge and not each other.
My colleague, Eric Piper, took these pictures at a relief camp near Dhaka, one which Dr. Kissinger did not visit when he came to Bangladesh on October the 30th, 1974. On that day, a State Department official gave reporters an off-the-record briefing. He said, "Henry never wanted Bangladesh. With China firmly in place, there is no real strategic value here. There is nothing here, really."
All the people working these fields have sold their crops.
Yes.
Years ahead, they've put themselves in pawn to buy food.
Exactly. They have nothing to hope for, at least for another 6 to 8 months. You see, most of the crops in these areas have been damaged.
Yes.
And this is what...
All damaged by the flood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who have they sold their crops to?
Well, they have sold these crops to those who have collected money out of relief and these, all sort of advantages.
Big landowners.
Yeah,
Yes.
An old journalist friend has brought me to this village in the district of Shirpur, some 40 miles from Dhaka. Everybody is starving here and also suffering the effects of an inflation which began not in countries like Bangladesh or in villages like this, but in the consumer world of the West. Nothing has ever been wasted here. Now even a bicycle, the means of escape, costs £150. There are a few young men in this village. Some have gone in search of food, others have simply fled in despair as the famine finally cracks the Bengali tradition of family. We could not film some of the women because they are among the 5 million in Bangladesh who are going naked because they have sold their clothes for food.
Situation is, ask him, Bujuaz, is what his food situation is.
আপনাদের অবস্থা কি, খাওয়া দাওয়ার অবস্থা?
খাওয়া দাওয়ার অবস্থা, স্যার আমরা গরিব মানুষ, কি খেতে পারি?
খাওয়া দাওয়ার খুব কষ্ট।
কষ্ট
আচ্ছা, he's saying that we are suffering from starvation.
Yes.
And we are very poor people. And we cannot afford to have regular meals.
When did he last have a regular meal, a real meal?
আপনি কতক্ষণ আগে বা কদিন আগে ভালো করে খাইছেন?
ভালো খাওয়া স্যার আমরা কই।
What does he say?
He said he never had a full belly meal for
কিছু
quite
থোড়া
some
আমরা
time.
আড়াই দেখাই আর কি।
What is he eating then?
He's eating flour, just a bit of gruel from flour.
আগে ছিল বেচে টেচে
He had lands and he was a farmer. He sold out all his land.
Why did he sell his land?
আপনি কি জন্য জমি জমি বিক্রি করছেন?
খাইবার জন্য। এত পেট ভরে খাইতে পারি না।
Just for food, he sold all his landed property. And even then, he says that we cannot eat to the fullest content of the belly.
He has no land at all now.
Now he has no land at all.
Where will his next meal come from?
তো আপনি পরে কি করে খাবেন এটার সম্বন্ধে আপনার কোনো ধারণা আছে?
কি করে
জমি
জমা দেন কি করে খাও?
Well, he doesn't know where he will get his food from.
This little boy is probably typical of starvation, where he doesn't look like the Belson case, but he has a distended belly. And he probably has about every kind of parasite and disease in him. And he's subsisting on something like the root, which he's now eating.
Yeah.
And that little boy, even though his arms are quite thick, is in fact starving.
Yes. There are quite a lot of children like that in this village, even much worse than him. আপনি কি এখন অসুখ?
অসুখ তো পাতের অসুখ নাকি আপনি?
She says that I'm ill and this is only a sickness of starvation.
Where are these people going to get food? I mean, they can't go on like this.
No, they simply cannot go on like that. The ultimate thing is facing death. No chance. Because no government relief. আপনি রিলিফ পাইছেন?
না,
Relief.
দিছে না বাজি।
She
বড়
did
বড়
not
বাচ্চা খাইয়ে লিছে।
She did not get any relief, and she said that all these relief are misappropriated by the big shots of the local administration. So I did not get it. That is her complaint.
When did she last see grain or rice?
আচ্ছা, আপনি কয়দিন আগে ভাত খাইছেন?
বাত রোজার গেছে যে রোজার পরে থেকে বাজি জুতাম পরে জানতাম মাগে দিগা।
রোজার কয় মাস হবে এটা? It's 3 months she did not see a single plate of rice. She's just surviving on the gruel from flour.
Tell me something. How do people living so poorly and eating so badly, not eating at all, how do they survive? How do they survive for 3 months?
Well, it is strange enough, John, what I think, that people are prone to some sort of immunization. And I think this is particularly people of Bangladesh, they are immune to starvation. and the other thing is their will to live, and just this is you see.
Yes, but immunization can only last for so long.
Yeah,
in the end, they can't live on.
And
their
that's what is
immunization.
happening. People are dying.
They're finally
Yeah,
dying.
finally dying. They struggle to survive, but ultimately they'll have to yield to death out of starvation.
Prime Minister, we have seen in villages situations which show no food at all. People have come up to us and said, we are eating leaves, we are starving, we have no food, we're not getting it from anywhere. Quite close to Dhaka. Why should this be so?
You see, that is some of the places this happens, but we have our open, free kitchen everywhere. The people are welcome to come there. And they have come. We have our camps, still we have not closed our camps. Of course, we have not closed the camps. The people have started working in the fields now. But, of course, this trouble is there. Such a serious flood and serious famine. We have not suppressed the news. We have already declared in the parliament that around 27,000 people have died by starvation and by disease. We have not hid anything from anybody. It's a fact, natural calamities.
It seemed much worse than I expected in August. I've seen outside relief camps people being turned away because the camps are full. Granted that you have set up these grill kitchens, but it seems that many people, perhaps tens of thousands of people, are simply not getting food in this country.
It's not correct. Then 27,000 people could not even die. The people expected that few millions people will die, but we have fought it.
Yes.
Everybody expected that few million people will die by starvation after the flood, after the inflation, because we had no the food grains in order to go down at that time. We have tried to collect from all over the world.
Yes.
And that time some people should come forward to help us, but we on a humble way we have tried. And around about 27,000 people have died by starvation, which is a fact. We tried our best. Consciously we have tried our best.
While people are dying here, partly because there are so few aircraft to lift food and drugs to them, these 2 British helicopters stand idle. They were given by the British government, but they don't have vital parts. And in spite of pleading requests for 9 months, most of the parts have still to arrive.
Why isn't this one and the other one flying then?
Other one is we are short of some spares.
Yes.
Don't have spares. We have already written for those spares.
Why don't you have spares?
We don't have spares because UK did not supply the spares.
Have they supplied anyone to help you with it at all?
Not yet. We have already demand.
When did that one fly? The one over there?
That one I can't say when, as soon as we receive the spares.
No, but when did it last fly?
Last flew in the last year. December.
It's been standing idle for almost a year.
Idle almost the year. And we have cannibalized most of the...
You would obviously be using it for relief work, wouldn't you?
Yes, relief work and baby movement also.
Yes.
An official of the Foreign Office in London told me it was unfortunate about the helicopters, but there was a queue for spare parts with a wait of up to a year. One of the parts cost just 50 pence. Perhaps they don't know about this famine in London. Perhaps they don't know that some of the starving people in this overcrowded relief camp walked 150 miles to get here, and it was only because of a foreign film crew that these people got in. There was no shortage of aircraft to relieve the victims of the cyclone in Darwin, Australia. The air forces of Britain, America and Australia were there. None of these countries has sent aircraft to rescue the people of Bangladesh.
The same answer, the famine is there. It is due to recent flood.
Yes. When you say famine is there, that means there's no food in the village at all, is that right?
No food is there.
What is she saying about her little boy?
She says that her baby is suffering from disease, and it is due to food, shortage of food.
Excuse me, is this the first food they're getting since they've arrived? This is the first food, well, the first food in weeks, is it? Or?
The Soviet Union, with the biggest air force in the world, has lent Bangladesh 9 creaking helicopters, which break down more than they fly. The world's new rich, the oil producers, have offered some petty cash. Saudi Arabia, for example, recently gave Bangladesh the equivalent of less than 5 days' food. But of course the oil countries don't like dealing with bankrupt economies, even though rising oil prices have helped to cause this famine by putting petroleum-based fertilizers out of the reach of poor countries. Which means that this starving child, the son of a farmer, will probably die. Recently, a foreign aid official visited Bangladesh for 3 days. He told me about a cable he sent to his government recommending a reduction in emergency relief aid to Bangladesh. He sent the cable on the basis of 1 helicopter trip. He said, "The trouble with these people is that they have no get up and go, no success motivation." The judgment of this official is shared by other foreign diplomats here, who justify their ability to sit and watch people die by talking incessantly about local corruption, which of course exists, as the starving old woman in the village said. But need I say that this corruption is the universal symptom of a society caught in a never-ending cycle of poverty, war, catastrophe, and a scarcity of everything that is taken for granted in the West, like fresh water, and milk powder, and doctors, and blankets, and edible food. Is this corruption, or is the real corruption the world's culpable neglect of this ravaged country?
Could you ask her how old her little boy is?
আপনার বাচ্চার বয়স কত? 3 years.
He's 3. He's extremely ill, isn't he?
বাচ্চার কি হয়েছিল?
বাচ্চার জ্বর আর আগা করছে।
He says that he's a bad stomach and then he had fever also.
She's come here to Dhaka to get food. Yes. Will he survive?
I don't think so.
There are just 75 hospital beds for children in all of Bangladesh. That works out at 1 bed per million of population. None of the sick and starving children in this camp will ever see a hospital.
This used to be a soap factory. It is now a famine relief centre near Dhaka, and several thousand people are here. Almost all of them are starving, and many of the young children are suffering from typhoid, smallpox, and a thing called black fever. Many of them are dying. Not long ago, Dr. Henry Kissinger made his first visit to Bangladesh, squeezing it in between the Middle East and Moscow. He drove straight from the airport to the Intercontinental Hotel, talked for 1 hour with the Prime Minister, returned to the Intercontinental Hotel, held a press conference, drove back to the airport and left. Shortly after that, President Ford, on Dr. Kissinger's recommendation, halved the proposal for American emergency aid to Bangladesh. Instead, Bangladesh will receive more of the same from America. Boxes of army surplus biscuits and consignments of tents on which is written, "Important campers, don't forget to have fun."
On December the 28th, 1974, Sheikh Mujib declared a state of emergency in Bangladesh. There were shootings, arrests, and signs that Bangladesh is fast approaching political chaos as a direct result of this famine. Of course, it used to be said that starving people disturb nobody, and this certainly applies to the thousands of dead in this horrific cemetery. But Bangladesh is at the center of Asia, with borders on China, India, and Burma. And when those who somehow manage to survive this famine are finally in political turmoil, they will, I'm afraid, disturb everybody. The people of Bangladesh may then at last assume a strategic value and disturb even Dr. Kissinger. They may even disturb the United Nations, which ignores its own charter by its meanness to Bangladesh, and the Soviet Union, which heaps so-called friendship on Bangladesh and little else, and Australia, which mocks Asia with cliches about partnership while its surplus wheat stays in its silos, and the so-called internationalist common market, whose behaviour toward the starving of Bangladesh is that of a mean little burger, and Britain with its traditional goodwill and 2 idle helicopters. But of course the West has given something to Bangladesh, a disease called inflation.
If you've been horrified by what you've seen, then good. No doubt the commercials in a minute's time will offer reassurance to those who feel they need it. The truth is that Bangladesh and Britain have been caught in the same blizzard of inflation, energy crisis and shortage, with the one difference. When prices go up in Britain, no one dies. When prices go up in Bangladesh, thousands die. You see, it's no longer a question of pity and charity. To hell with that. Their struggle to survive is our struggle. Beat it in Bangladesh and you beat it in Britain. It's really a simple choice that has little to do with the brotherhood of man. The alternative is that we are all expendable. This film is about a scandal, an unseen scandal where the blame is upon all of us. It concerns thousands of our children who are forced to live deeper in the shadows of our society than even those in the prisons. They are the 6,000 mentally handicapped children who live out their lives as long-stay inmates in grim Victorian institutions where they are fed and clothed and left, often just to sit in a corner watching a flickering, meaningless television day after day, year after year. Most of these children get no education at all and are trained for nothing, and many of those who might otherwise walk or even talk never really get the chance because there are not enough physiotherapists or speech therapists, just as there are not enough nurses to play with them or enough specialists to help restore them, as indeed so many of them can be restored. Instead, they are cut off, confined, dumped in places like this. A senior member of the staff at Darren Park Mental Hospital in Kent described the hospital buildings as Dracula's castle. I asked him if he was joking. He said he was not. Darren Park and Leavesden Hospital near London are 2 of the institutions we filmed, and both are typical of the majority which were built as custodial barracks, isolated from the community. Their wards contain many children whose parents have been reluctantly forced to send them here because there is so little help for them in the community. Mentally handicapped children are discriminated against at almost every level, by public ignorance and prejudice, by the medical profession, and by the authorities whose attitude is best summed up in a white paper which says, "These children are the concern of everyone and the responsibility of no one."
I believe the way we deal with all the retarded of all ages is bordering on the scandalous in terms of institutions. And when I come to children, I believe they never ought to be in hospital at all. I think this is scandalous beyond anyone's conception. If any member of the public, be he careful about the amount of tax he's prepared to pay, were to go into a hospital and see some of the situation in there, notwithstanding the loving devotion of the staff, he himself would be scandalized, as he should be, as I am too. The effect of any institution, of course, on anyone of whatever age is bad. And in the case of children, it is particularly bad, because children are meant to have a loving, almost one-to-one relationship with a mother figure, ideally the mother herself, and of course the father. given that these children, for various reasons, are denied this basic right of you and me and the rest of us, then the smaller the unit, the happier that child is going to be. Unfortunately, most of the institutionalized children at the present time are in large units. Large hospitals, you will know, can go up to about 1,000 patients. What is happening in so many of these hospitals, especially with the children, is that they haven't enough stimulation given them to bring about the expected jump forward in their development. And therefore you get a further step in the wrong direction toward institutionalization and a further step toward fuller dependency. We want to see less dependent people who can stand on their own feet. This calls for a different look in the way we nurse them and a different look at the way we care for them.
The last government census found that a third of all mentally handicapped children in institutions had been given no intelligence testing for more than 10 years. According to the National Society, many of these children should not be in these places. This is one of the many cold and damp corridors in Leavesden Mental Hospital near London. The other day when I was here, this corridor was partially flooded. And as patients and staff stepped through it, they said it wasn't at all unusual. Of course, Leavesden has been tarted up here and there with formica and coats of paint in order to comply with the latest institutional standards. But its main purpose remains as insidiously, if not exactly, the same as when it was built last century. And that is as a place not so much to treat or to salvage the mentally handicapped, and children especially, as indeed many of them can be salvaged, but as a place to confine them, to dump them, to isolate them from our so-called sane society. Perhaps you think these children should never have been allowed to live. I believe you're wrong. The question surely is how sane is a society that shuts away children who can be part of the life of the community?
The old Victorian philosophy of an institution, that of a place in which to put people rather than to treat them, doesn't that with all your problems still apply, that you still have a custodial institution rather than a place in which people are treated?
It may apply in fact, but not in attitude. I don't use the word institution in that sense. I mean, to me, an institution is an organization. It is an establishment with an objective and a way of working to achieve that objective as best it can, as economically as it can, as efficiently as it can. If by the word institution you imply some Victorian lockup where as many people are cared for by as few, as cheaply as possible, that doesn't apply now.
But surely, as you just described it, that does apply. As many are being cared for by as few for as cheap as possible.
That's not...
Surely, at your end of the National Health Service, this is the most starved end of the National Health Service, along with geriatrics. And you have very few staff. I would have thought that applies perfectly.
But that is not of our making. This is not what we are suggesting or have planned. This may be how it turns out in practice, because other people won't join us.
A Department of Health white paper found that in many institutions there was only one nurse to care for up to 16 children. At Darrenth Park Hospital, I found one nurse attempting to care for 25 children. The white paper says that the children's so-called treatment is restricted to getting them up in the morning, dressing, washing and feeding them, and putting them to bed at night. The direct result of this staff shortage is boredom, tension, and occasional violence. The children become apathetic and sink into a state of complete physical and social dependence, and nurses become deeply frustrated by having no time to use the psychiatric skills in which they have been trained. The white paper was presented to Parliament in 1971 and was largely ignored. Since then, staff shortage has become worse and is now critical. Nursing assistants, who are meant to be parents to these children, are among the lowest paid workers in the country. This is Harperbury Hospital near London. In some ways it fits the traditional pattern, but there is a real difference here. The difference is Dr. Derek Ricks, who is not a captive of the institution. Dr. Ricks knows these children can be salvaged because he and his staff are doing it.
This is Paggy, who was a little boy, very handicapped indeed when I first met him. He was sitting in a chair, really stretched back with extensor spasm. very difficult indeed to feed, with clenched teeth and thrusting of his tongue, and difficult head control. And because we've had the help of an orthopedic surgeon to relax the spasm in his legs, he's now sitting much more stably, and after a matter of about a year, he's beginning to feed himself. And not only is he doing that, as you see, but he's sitting much more effectively. He's looking round, and he's beginning to do things with his hands other than feeding as well.
He's really starting to function as a human being.
Yes, he is.
But isn't Peggy then a very good example of what can be done with a seemingly hopeless child?
Yes, I think he is a very good example. He's a very rewarding example of a child that really, if we hadn't put this effort in, I think would have been bedridden, would have been totally helpless.
And I think you've described him as a piece of wreckage.
Yes, he was a piece of wreckage, and he would still have been a piece of wreckage without the effort of everybody that's helped in this project, really, with him.
Has this simply been intensified care, intensified intention?
Yes, and also, I think, skilled and one would like to feel expert assessment of the situation and the help of people.
But in a large institution, if Peggy was in a ward of, say, 20 children with one or two nurses treating them,
it would simply... Yes. Oh, yes, it would be very difficult indeed to do this sort of thing, because to nurse him and help him to recover from the operation and to get him moving in the way that we have done has been a full-scale exercise, involving a lot of people most of the time, yes.
If you could apply the same skilled attention to all the children, to all mentally handicapped children, how much do you think you could release children into the community? How much would you cut down, in fact, the population of our institutions?
Well, I think we could convert most children into children with a level of self-help which would make them manageable in community placements.
So what you're doing really is converting them from vegetables into human beings.
Well, yes, we'd like to think so.
Oversimplify.
Yes, we'd like to think that. Mark is a little 12-year-old boy who's been with us quite a long time. And as you see, he's now sitting really quite stably in his chair. This is a wheelchair, and we're working on getting him able to use it and push it around. He's a little boy who was premature and had a lot of damage to his brain as a baby, and is a child with spastic quadriplegia.
What is his maximum? What can you hope to achieve?
We've had, for instance, his hips examined, and he's had an operation on his hips which have assisted his sitting. And he now has a better sitting position and is able, as a result, to balance, to use his hands. And he will play quite simply. His teachers are pleased with his progress, which is very limited, of course, but nonetheless it enables him to handle simple toys. It would be ambitious to expect him to dress himself, but he could help dress himself. I mean, he wouldn't be a severe burden on any caring staff. And he's a responsive, likeable little boy.
What would he need? What kind of attention would he need for?
Well, in terms of within the home for which we would aim to place him. Well, he would need certainly a 1-to-2 ratio within the home, I think. But mainly people who were prepared to tackle and help the needs of a child this handicapped.
What are the prospects of him going into such a home?
Negligible.
Why?
Well, they're not around. The homes aren't available.
So they come to the end of the natural end of their institutional life when they must move on to progress, and there's nowhere for them to go.
No, yes, that's a very real problem.
Children needs and serve, needs and serve, needs and serve. Heads, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, mouth and nose.
The extension of Dr. Derek Ricks's work is here, in a very different kind of hospital, the Hilda Lewis Centre for Specially Handicapped Children in London. For every child here, there is a nurse or an expert to stimulate him, to play with him, to make him laugh.
The Hilda Lewis Centre is an experiment, the only one of its kind in Britain, and has only places for 24 children. But its very being shows what can be done.
Everything is informal here. The staff don't wear uniforms and some of the children go home at night. Unlike in the big institutions, the assessment of the children's disability and of how best they can be treated goes on all the time. Gradually, patiently, the children are taught to be functioning human beings. How to go to the toilet, how to wash, how to use a hairbrush, the simple, vital things that will bring them back into the community. The children here are never allowed to vegetate. Every day they are given individual and group therapy. Special games such as this are played, so that each child is given a chance to develop his maximum, to improve, and eventually to go home.
Ronnie, sit down. Do this. Do this. Do this. That. Good girl. Good, Ronnie. Ronnie. Good boy. Well done. I'll put it in your pocket. Mark, do this. Good. Good boy.
This is Paddy. Paddy was found in a big institution where he was classified as severely retarded. When he came to the Hilda Lewis Centre, it was discovered that he was not severely retarded at all, that he simply couldn't make himself understood. He was trapped in his own little prison of silence and should never have been accepted into an institution. Paddy realised his dilemma, and this made him very angry. Paddy seldom gets angry now.
He has, in fact, become very different since he's been here, and he's much easier to control. He's nothing like so aggressive as he was.
In fact, are you saying then that he would have been regarded as, and spent perhaps the rest of his life as, a subnormal child if he hadn't have come here?
Well, I think that's possible. In fact, the teacher at the school where he was had already realized that he was much brighter than she had been told he was. But it wasn't until he was assessed using methods suitable to him that we realized that he wasn't subnormal. He might well, because of his difficulties, have remained in some sort of institutional care indefinitely, I think.
The great majority of kids in institutions never get out. For them, the years simply pass, and they become adults, without education or skills. In 1970, an Act of Parliament gave all children the right to education, regardless of handicap. By May 1974, only 2 projects approved by the Department of Education provided classes for mentally handicapped children in ordinary schools. Times may have changed since these men were children, but 17 mental hospitals in Britain still have no speech therapist, and 12 hospitals still have no physiotherapist, and 19 still have no social worker. One child destined for life in big institutions is Stephen Kingham, unless the system changes and there is some other way out.
Come on, where's my mosquito?
How old is he, Mrs. Kingham?
7 last July.
Did you have him at home after he was born?
No, I didn't want him. Didn't want to know him. She did. She wanted him.
Did you know before he was born that he was going to be deformed?
Nobody would believe me. But I was so ill, I was convinced that he was wrong. But when it actually happened, I couldn't accept it. I didn't want him. I wouldn't look at him. I wouldn't touch him.
What did you do then?
I begged them to put him away. I begged them to kill him. That's all I could think. You must kill him. You mustn't let him live. But now, of course, we wouldn't part with him for the world.
Quite often the children are handicapped children from a strained, stressed family situation. the family can't cope with the child. The child gets into considerable difficulty. They become very disturbed, erratic in their behaviour, and are not acceptable within the local provisions, local schools. And residential places have to be found, and out they come to us. With this background, you see, parents quite often have a long history of, in retrospect, of misery, of irritation, of sheer inconvenience with the children. And in fact, they won't take kindly to trying to come back to the hospital to get the child. They're afraid often that the child if the child improves, that they will be expected to take them home again, because they have this recollection of so much difficulty.
I asked you why a number of the children rocked backwards and forwards. You said they were bored. Now, if you had an adequate number of staff, if you had one-to-one, as I think you said you should have, well then the children wouldn't be bored. They would then be progressing. You would then be stimulating them, would you not?
Yes, indeed you would. Yes, there may well be limits to how much you can, or for how long you can stimulate these children, but certainly we are by no means adequately provided to keep these children occupied and content. So that the pressure on us is simply to be custodial and to keep the children quiet and to keep them appropriately contained, and therefore they're bored and therefore they rock.
Only 2 children in a ward of 19 were visited on the Sunday I was at Leavesden Hospital. In fact, many parents are anxious to visit their children and sometimes feel a terrible guilt for not doing so. But the expense of getting to an isolated institution is often too great for working families. The Department of Health is responsible for ensuring that these families are helped. The reality is that help is seldom given.
The large institutions, the majority of institutions for mentally handicapped children, are simply places where we put people. In other words, they're dumping grounds. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is, and it's one which I think is it's needed both by the people that use the institution and the people within the institution, quite often.
What do you mean exactly?
Well, it gives the people within the institution a role which they can accept. It's less disruptive than having really very difficult aims.
Okay. Shake it out. Shake it out. That's it. That's it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Both hands. Come on. That's it. Shake his hand. Say hello. Make him more. Make him more. That's it. Walk to you. Walk to you now. It's coming to you. Coming to you. Hold him. Coming to you. Hold him. That's it. Hold him. That's it.
With hearing your excitement and seeing the results of it and some of the children you and your colleagues treat here is unusual for us. We don't seem to get that kind of excitement in other places throughout the profession. Could you perhaps help to explain this to us? In fact, we get an inertia in large institutions where mentally handicapped children are. There is an inertia amongst members of your profession, do you feel?
Well, it may be that I'm just unrealistic in believing that these children can be helped to the extent that they can, but I'm sure I don't think that. And certainly the evidence that we have here doesn't bear that out. I think you have to believe this, and you have to believe it very strongly. And the temptations of, I think many people within the field are dealing with such numbers, and with adults and with children and with all the social problems associated with the handicapped, that it's very difficult to perhaps to focus your attention on this really quite exciting area.
Helping to restore these children may be exciting to Dr. Ricks, but to most of the community they remain just human wreckages, and incredibly, even objects of fear. A doctor told me of a meeting with a town councillor about a proposal for a neighbourhood hostel for mentally handicapped children, close to their homes. The councillor said to the doctor, "Look, I'm very sorry, but if I supported that, I'd be finished politically. The ratepayers would never stand for it. You've got to understand their feelings." If you believe these children are hopeless, unsalvageable, without thoughts, without feelings, unworthy of a place in the community, then go to one of these places and give just one child a few minutes of your time.
Who's Adrian?
Adrian. Adrian. Hey, Adrian. Huh? Adrian.
Adrian.
Hey, Adrian. Adrian.
See something strange right now.
Give us a smile. Come on. Adrian. Come on.
What's all this?
Come on.
What's all this?
Come on. There it is. There it is. Now, surely, isn't this an example of attention given to a child?
Yes.
That he responds?
Yes.
So, otherwise, the child could just sit there without that. Now, he's responded to me because I've given him my complete attention.
That's right. That's right.
So if you had the ideal situation, you would have one person to all of these children. You could stimulate them to a point of communicating through at least smiling. On a wall at the National Society for Mentally Handicapped Children is a copy of the Declaration of Human Rights, signed 6 years ago. Article 2 says that every mentally handicapped child has the right to such education, training, rehabilitation, and guidance that will enable him to realize his potential to the fullest possible extent. Article 4 says that every mentally handicapped child has the right to live in surroundings as close to a normal life as possible. Such fine, correct, noble words. But they're only words, just as this film is only words and images that will dissolve and go away in a minute or two. But the children you will have seen in this film won't go away. They exist. They feel. They're aware. They laugh. They need. They're everybody's children.
Peace is our profession. We hope to do that by the manifest capability to make war.
It's not to be able to blow somebody else up, but it's to keep them from trying to blow us up.
This is just a job, and this is defending our country, you know. And I don't even question it. I think it's right.
I think the misconception that everybody has that to launch a missile you push a button.
It isn't a button.
No, it's just like cranking a car. You turn the key.
You jump in that airplane and you start the engines. And it makes you almost feel like a little kid. Hey, I can do this, and that guy next door can't do that.
There were two historic events in America last year. The first was the removal of the crook Richard Nixon. The second was something you will have almost certainly heard nothing about. For the first time since the beginning of the atomic age almost 30 years ago, the United States formally and quietly abandoned its policy of ultimate nuclear deterrent. In other words, the old game known in Washington as MAD, mutual assured destruction, is out. And a new, more insidious and more dangerous game is in. It is called counterforce. Counterforce means that the United States is now prepared not merely to deter its enemies by the threat of annihilation, but to actually wage a flexible, acceptable nuclear war. This means that for the first time, military thinkers in Washington are thinking the unthinkable, even the possible. What it also means is that the breakthrough in strategic arms limitations, as announced by President Ford and Mr. Kissinger on their recent return from Russia, is no more than a sham. Dr. Herbert York, one of the builders of the H-bomb and a former presidential advisor, says, "Counterforce is the most dangerous, foolish concept I've ever heard of." Democratic Senator Harold Hughes says, "Counterforce is no more than a fast gun in a new arms race. What the hell is going on?" He might well ask former President Nixon, who in his last desperate year finally agreed to give the generals in the Pentagon what other presidents had always refused them, a flexible strategy that would blur the distinction between conventional warfare and nuclear warfare and allow the president to use nuclear weapons in a so-called small war. This B-52 bomber crew, based in North Dakota, used to drop bombs on Vietnam, which was another Pentagon strategy. To them, a flexible nuclear war is just another war. Invariably, even when you hit a target, by the very nature of aerial bombing, you might hit people as well who might not be involved. Do you ever think about that?
Yes, in any operation you're going to have some collateral damage.
Collateral damage? What is that?
Yes, this is outside of the target that you try to hit. I believe you were saying that things in the surrounding area. You'll probably get some collateral damage.
Collateral damage is the Pentagon jargon for the killing of innocent civilians. Just as in Vietnam, the language is sterilized and dehumanized, so that war, even nuclear war, is somehow made more tolerable, more acceptable. When these men talk about the dropping of a nuclear bomb, they call it the delivery of a package. Do you have any idea, any concept of what a nuclear war would be? Have you any picture of what a nuclear war might turn out to be? Could I perhaps ask you, Sergeant?
Well, all I can think is just be almost complete devastation of the larger cities. It's pretty well everything.
And you, Major? Do you have a picture of a nuclear war?
Well, I believe everybody has some sort of a mental picture of what would happen. I've got to agree with Sergeant Olson. Yes, it would be total destruction of selected areas throughout any particular country. And I believe it would be pretty awful. It would be, like I say, total destruction of selected areas.
But do I take it then you don't see it as necessarily an ultimate destruction? I mean,
no, I don't believe it would be an ultimate destruction. There would be other areas that weren't affected.
Not ultimate destruction, says a major who will drop the bomb, just selected areas of destruction. How times have changed. Already the new rationalized thinking for a limited nuclear war has come down to those who will carry it out. Back in the good old days, when nuclear war was too horrible to contemplate, let alone to plan for, manned bombers were being phased out because everybody agreed that missiles could blow us all up much more efficiently. But now that a limited war is acceptable, a new bomber, the B-1, is being built. Each one will cost $76 million.
Although the B-1 depicted...
A general reportedly told a Senate inquiry, with a nuclear bomber you can make a political point. You can hit a few Indians without taking out the whole tribe.
B-1 speed, for instance, is much greater, designed to fly at twice the speed of sound at high altitude and near supersonic speeds on the deck. Additionally, the B-1 will be able to carry almost double both the conventional and nuclear payload of the B-52. Will fly lower, further, and faster. Now, this is a fly-before-buy concept, and even if we get full funding for the B-1, which is no guarantee, and if all production schedules are met, it will still be the 1980 time frame before we have significant numbers of this aircraft in the SAC inventory. That completes the briefing, Mr. Pilger. I'd like to close, if I might, with these thoughts. We in SAC believe that it's through strength that a lasting peace will come. As President Ford has said, and I quote, "A strong defense is the surest way to peace. Strength makes détente attainable. Weakness invites war, as my generation has learned from 4 bitter experiences. Just as America's will for peace is second to none, so will our strength be second to none." Thank you.
What would you like?
Just your last name and your organization.
Okay. Organization here?
Yes, sir.
I was allowed inside the Strategic Air Command headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska. It would not be possible to make this kind of film in Russia or even in Britain because both countries are closed societies compared with the United States. But this surely is the contradiction of America. On the one hand, a democracy that exposes Watergate. On the other hand, a technocracy where economic pressures generated by the military do more, in my view, to stimulate the international arms race than any threat from Russia. Almost all the federal government's research budget goes to the military. The Pentagon employs almost half of all government officials. More than 22,000 major corporations are dependent on military contracts. Pentagon money feeds 1 American in 5.
This is the Strategic Air Command underground command post. In the event of a nuclear war, this balcony will be filled with generals and other top-ranking officers. The Commander-in-Chief of the Strategic Air Command will sit in this chair. He will lift this yellow telephone, and he will speak to the National Command Headquarters in Washington, to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Almost certainly he will speak to the President himself and receive his orders. The orders will then be transmitted to the men downstairs manning the consoles, and America and possibly the world will be at war.
Looking Glass takes off. Looking Glass is the code name for another nuclear command post that is always flying, always waiting.
Minneapolis Center, April 4-5.
A Looking Glass plane always has a general on board. If in the event of a flexible, limited nuclear war, everything below was wiped out, the general would open a sealed envelope, and by coded radio signals he would launch America's underground missiles. But by then it would be no more than a spasm from the nuclear ashes.
The most serious form of accidental nuclear war breakout would be a miscalculation. Certainly I would hope it's so infinitesimal within this command that it's almost beyond my ability to conceive of it, but I wouldn't rule it out as impossible.
Looking good.
Détente between America and Russia was meant to reduce our nuclear fears. In fact, precisely the opposite has happened. The arms limitation talks have actually accelerated the arms race, with each side building more and more nuclear toys as bargaining power. If this sounds crazy, you are right, it is. For example, the Vladivostok Agreement limits the number of missiles, like this Minuteman III, the cost of which, incidentally, would feed all of Bangladesh for 2 months. But the agreement does not limit the number of warheads carried by every missile. Incidentally, America will soon scrap its Polaris nuclear submarines, and if Britain wants to keep up, it will have to do the same. The new Trident submarine will cost us $1 billion each. All morality aside, can we really afford this new deal?
In 1973, the United States Senate investigated America's nuclear defenses. The report of the investigation was heavily censored by the Pentagon on Mr. Nixon's orders, and when it was finally released to the American public, it was lost in the sea of Watergate. The contents of the report directly concern all of us in Britain. It reveals that more than 7,000 nuclear warheads are presently stored in Europe, and 2/3 of these are not in the custody of European governments, as everybody thought, but controlled directly from Washington. In other words, it doesn't really matter that we in Britain spend more on defence than any other European country, with the exception of Portugal.
The reality is that our ultimate defense or destruction is at the sole political discretion of an American president or whoever may have his finger on the trigger at the time.
It's going to be a long order this time, I believe.
Lieutenant Gene Moseley has his finger on the trigger. Today he bids farewell to his wife Barbara and leaves for a normal shift babysitting the big birds, as Gene affectionately calls his missiles. Gene Moseley is called a missileer and is trained to launch the Minuteman III missile from its silos spread across North Dakota.
Are the doors secure?
Yes, sir.
Today's briefing is unclassified. A classified briefing will follow. Transportation is as shown on the slide. Note your vehicles. Weather conditions presently in the missile complex. Sky conditions are overcast. Visibility at 7 miles.
Missileers are, it is fair to say, a very special and very strange group of young men. There is a kind of grey robot quality about them. Some are failed pilots, some are escaping from a desk job, others simply believe passionately in what they do.
One final reminder, the LCC is a no-loan zone and the SAC two-man policy applies. Merry Christmas.
Cloudy skies, light snow, 19 degrees in Fargo.
Gene Moseley and his fellow missileer, Captain Leroy Wayman, arrive at the Launch Control Center, where they will take charge of 10 Minuteman missiles buried under more than 7,000 square miles of farmland.
You're still doing wearing a pistol. I thought they were going to take those away from the FSCs.
No, sir. They decided to let us keep the revolvers and decided to give us an M16 to boot.
The first thing they must do is load their revolvers, which they wear in case one of them goes mad. And if that happens, the other man must shoot him. This is official policy, although the Air Force and the missileers naturally don't like to talk about it. Each missileer has been put through what they call a human reliability program, which means that he is politically acceptable and mentally capable for the job. Mentally capable, that is, to launch a doomsday weapon.
Well, we'll see you all later.
Okay, sir.
See you tonight, sir.
Enjoy yourself, sir. All right, sir. Door is secure, sir.
Down go Gene and Leroy into their nuclear womb, the launch capsule 40 feet down. If war broke out, the only way up again would be through a sand-filled pipe. Their orders are to escape and to report for what are optimistically termed as other duties. If they can't escape, they have 5 weeks' rations, prepared appropriately by the American Society for the Blind.
Well, I had my old lady working there. It's like, oh, no. I don't know. That's your fault. You only went out and had all the kids. I told her, I said, this is for fun, not for real. Oh, well, mistakes will happen. That's about 3 of them.
Stand clear!
The door to the launch capsule is 8 feet thick and blast-proof, they hope. The entrance to a modern pharaoh's tomb, 50 feet by 30 feet. The capsule itself is suspended within a huge concrete egg. It hangs from 4 gigantic shock absorbers, which have been designed to withstand a nuclear attack. How ironic it is that this airless, sterile dungeon is probably the safest place on Earth.
It looks like it might be going to snow here.
Barbara, do you worry that perhaps in the event of a nuclear war, Gene will be underground and that
Not at all.
possibly there'll be devastation all about you?
No, I don't worry about it because if it happens, and there's nothing I can do about it. So why worry about it? Just enjoy myself, live from day to day.
Do you ever think that he might have to perform the task for which he has been so expertly trained?
Yes, I do. I sure do.
What do you think?
I think that he's here to defend his country, and that's just fine with me, you know. I think that's what we're here for, and I think it's right.
Do you worry at all when he leaves that he might not come back?
No, not at all. It's like I say, I live from day to day, and just most times I just hope that nothing will happen, you know, that I will see him again.
Do you talk amongst each other about the possibility that it might one day happen? Gene, do you and Barbara talk together?
Once in a great while, especially if something's happening in the world, then you think about it more. If the Mideast is flaring up or something, you think about it a lot more. On a day-to-day basis, we just live our lives. And then if something around the world starts heating up, we might, I might think a little bit more about it or mention, most of the time jokingly, if I call you tonight, you better go to the basement or something like that, But most of the time, it's we just don't even talk about it.
Did you think about it during last October when the President pressed the button, so to speak, and caused a red alert?
Well,
were you on duty at that
I
time?
wasn't in the capsule at that time, which makes a lot of difference. If you're out there, you're really in on it. You hear over the speakers what's happening. We got called, all the missile men get called and told that they're on alert. Some of us had to go in. I work on the battle staff when I'm not out in the field, so I got called and got to go in.
Once a month, the missile squadron leader, Colonel Donald Crutchfield, pays a visit to his boys. There is no more dedicated missileer than Colonel Crutchfield.
Good, sir. How are you? How's it going? Sir?
Having a good tour?
Good to see you again. Yes, pretty smooth so far, sir.
No problems?
Nope.
All right. That's the way we like to keep it, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
How do you feel, Colonel, when you come down here? Is it just like a routine visit, or do you ever feel that you've come down to what could be the front line of a future war? Do you feel like that when you come here?
Well, having been in the missile business for 15 years, I've spent a lot of time down here myself, so I don't connotate a particularly unusual feeling to it. I feel it's my job, and
yes,
these folks feel it's their job. And
what are people's reactions when they first step into this rather extraordinary capsule? What do they say to you?
maybe I'm a little bit biased. I think it's impressive, and I feel they think it's impressive. I think they feel that some of that taxpayers' money is going to a good cause.
Now, what happens if these two men are the last left?
Some of the procedures that are involved with that, I'm afraid I can't discuss with you. Yeah. There are other backup systems to support these men if the rest of the crews that are underground are lost. So there are quite a few steps we'd have to go through, quite a bit of degradation before we would ever get to the position that you asked.
Yes. But does that mean that the two-man crew in the end could have the capability of launching a missile?
I'm afraid I can't discuss that with you.
No other requirements? Everything else is clean and green.
When the order is given to go to war, from Omaha or directly from Washington, these two men will each take a key from this red box. Each man will insert the key in his own keyhole, and the two keys will be turned simultaneously.
The maintenance team is departing.
Although Colonel Crutchfield refused to answer my question, there is in fact a plan for a surviving two-man crew, or even one man, to launch a missile. That is why each man must wear a gun, and why each man must always watch the other.
Are you two good friends?
Yes.
So you're pretty close?
Yes.
Why do you each have a pistol, a gun?
The primary reason for it is in case you have visitors down in the capsule. And this is to protect your classified material that you have in your SAS container for the most part, but you have a lot of other classified material in the capsule, and that is the primary purpose of it, is for the protection of it.
Yes. Is it not also perhaps to use on each other if one goes insane at a certain point?
Interesting theory. I imagine so, but I don't believe you'd ever find a crew having to go that far. So a person doesn't go just insane, snap. The signs usually appear, and that's what we're always watching for. We're not authorized to use the weapon unless there's absolutely no other way. That is the last resort. Anytime a weapon is fired, especially with a civilian, we are just not authorized to use it unless that is the last ditch effort. And at that time, you better be sure if you use it.
You better be sure, I better be sure.
I better be sure, because you're going to be dead.
I see. I believe you. Leroy, do you enjoy your work?
I think missile duty is probably one of the most fulfilling, rewarding experiences. We do carry a major role in our defense of the United States as well as our allies, and I think the job satisfaction is very great.
Do you also get the same job satisfaction, Gene?
Yes, I enjoy it. I'm a non-rated, non-pilot type Air Force officer, and missile duty is the place where the action is for my type of officer, and I enjoy the work, and I'm good at my work. I'll go ahead and say it.
But in the event of a nuclear war, this missile site almost certainly would be one of those which would receive retaliatory attack. Has that ever crossed your mind?
Yes, it has crossed my mind. I know we are, or I think we are right in the heartland of it. With the things that we have around here, I'm sure we would be a prime target, and it has entered my mind.
Has it also crossed your mind that, as well as yourselves, your families might also be on the same target because they live very, very near this site?
I think they realize we are doing a very vital job toward the mission of the Air Force, and I think they are, well, I know they are willing to sacrifice what would come as a result if we should ever have to go to war of this nature.
Transmode rotary switch to cable.
Yes, cable.
Select switch to 02.
02.
Okay, 02 is called up. Select test rotary switch to GST. Select test
From 1950 to 1970, there were 33 major accidents involving United States nuclear weapons. In 1968, 2 missiles with nuclear warheads were launched by accident. They were shot down, of course, but just in time. And that was before counterforce. Real power in America is often invisible. For example, it can rest with the few who comprehend and control America's incredible and lethal technology. The American military establishment has never been more powerful. This year, the Congress will give it the biggest arms budget in the history of the world, £37,000 million. Most of this will buy more and more nuclear weapons. Of course, the policy for using these weapons, the new policy of counterforce, of flexible, tolerable nuclear warfare, has been fully approved by our civilian president, President Nixon. Under Mr. Nixon's policy, which of course is Mr. Ford's policy, the calculated odds on a nuclear device being used in conflict before 1984 are now less than 3 to 1.
young mother called Christine Mackenzie lived in this house in Wolverhampton not long ago. While she was here, pregnant with her second child and without a husband, she filled in this questionnaire. She was asked, "In the past 2 weeks, have you gone a whole day without a meal?" She answered yes, and added, "The baby had some porridge." She was asked to list the typical day's meals. She wrote, "Breakfast, nothing. Midday, toast, jam, or an egg. Supper, nothing." "Have you any general comments?" she was asked. "I don't feel very well," she wrote. Christine Mackenzie is one of the people you will hear about in the next half hour. They are people who represent the true crisis in this country. Tonight, more than 2 million parents will go to bed hungry in order to give their children something to eat. And already, many of these children are suffering a degree of malnutrition and diseases like rickets related to malnutrition. But please don't get me wrong. This is not a documentary about the perennial poor. In all the numbing, mostly middle-class debate about falling living standards in Britain, one truth has been excluded. It is this. For the first time since the Great Depression, Britain, the so-called welfare state, is deliberately cutting back the means of survival of its poorest and their children.
Yeah. What's at the bed now? Just take the coats off.
The Hopwood family of Liverpool just exist on £30 and 53 pence a week, and that includes all their entitled benefits. There are 5 in the family, and for the 6 months that Harry Hopwood has been out of work, all of them have come to regard hunger, not imagined hunger, but real hunger, as a way of life. This was their larder the day I was there, all the food they had in the house. They had less than £4 to feed them for 4 days, £1 a day. And like all the families in this film, the Hopwoods are not the worst off. They never go anywhere because they can't afford to. The children never get toys or books because they can't afford them. Their lives are unchanging and wasting. The Hopwoods hardly ever eat fresh food. Mrs. Irene Hopwood is very ill and has been told by her doctor that she may recover only if she eats the protein and vitamins found in fresh food. On what the government ironically calls social security, she can't afford to get better.
Do you ever feel hungry?
Sometimes, now and again.
But I mean, do you ever feel hungry at a time when there's not enough to eat? Do you ever come in and there's nothing in the cupboard to eat?
Yeah.
When does that happen much?
Sometimes.
When you come in, what do you want and it's not there?
Sometimes make toast and there's no bread there.
Yeah. What worries you most, obviously, apart from Irene's illness? What worries you most about the children?
Well, the kids not getting the proper food. They're not getting out like ordinary kids.
Don't get much, we try.
Yeah.
But the meat's the high, you just can't get it. Can't afford it.
What's gone up so much in the last few months that it's really gone out of your reach?
Well, potatoes, we only have them on a Sunday now.
Really?
Don't we? Yeah. Potatoes on a Sunday. Don't have them during the week now, like. They're cheapest at about 8 pence a pound. And you'd have to go looking for that.
Yeah.
It's about 7 weeks in since we've had a decent Sunday's dinner. We've had breast or cheap things, sausages, you know, different things like that.
How do you think the kids put up with it?
I think they're really ignorant of the fact, you know what I mean? They're more or less just brought up to it. It's a shame, like, this should be the happiest time of their lives, where it's basically it's the worst. They've got nothing to look back on.
When are the happiest times for you at home?
Don't think any, really.
No? None at all?
No, not really.
You ever been on a holiday?
No, never.
Ever been to the countryside?
Yeah, once when I was in boarding school.
What'd you think of it?
I think it was all right.
Would you like to live there?
Yeah.
Do you ever go on holiday?
No.
Irene, do you?
Only when I was in school, when I went to Colonel for a week.
When you were in school?
I was 11.
How old are you now?
35.
And how old are you?
36.
Yeah. What do you think your children's future will be? Do you ever think what kind of future they'll have?
Well, they've got no future there. They've got no future there at all. None of us have. It's like, I think it'd be easier to save time than put up with this.
Serve time in prison?
Yeah. It must be, you wouldn't...
Do you feel you're in a... Do you feel you're serving time?
It is, it's just like a prison. It's worse, in fact, because you're paying for this. I pay me rent every week, you know, and it's gone up $190 on the 4th of August. It's not even worth $190 on its own. This is our bedroom, see the state of the paper.
Yeah.
This is how the Hopwoods are forced to live. Their council estate is not officially a slum, but merely one of the soul-shredding monsters thrown up as barracks. It reminds me of my first summer's walk into the wasteland of Harlem. Bravely, Harry shows me around. No clothes in the wardrobe, no sheets on the bed. Cigarette ends to be rolled and smoked again and again.
What do you feel, Harry, when we're talking to you about this? I mean, here we are going through your house with cameras and...
I feel like chasing you, actually.
What?
I feel ashamed, you know, the state of it now.
You're bearing up very well. We're asking you a lot of questions about how you live and how you... little clothes you have and the fact you've got cigarette ends beside your bed. Not many people would bear up as well as you, but how do you feel as we take over your house like this?
Well, it's in the open now, isn't it? I shall go all the way, like, I'll read.
Yeah. What effect do you think it'll have on people who watch this programme?
I hope it'll have an effect on the health to get a house, actually, that's all. Not worried what other people think, like, you know, I don't want to charity or nothing. All I want is to get back to work.
What kind of house would you like to live in?
A house with bedrooms upstairs. Big kitchen, big back kitchen. Front garden and a back garden.
You'd like a garden?
Yeah, and a dog.
And a dog? You don't have these things here, do you?
No.
Do you often look at telly and see people who are obviously much better off than you? Do you think you could ever be like that?
Don't know.
You know, people who dress up and eat in restaurants and all that sort of thing. Do you know any people like that?
No.
Know any kids whose parents do that?
No.
Do you think you might ever be like that?
I don't think so.
Why not?
The only way you're going to get the money from and that.
Perhaps the least understood crisis in the last few months has been that more and more impoverished parents can no longer afford to feed their children, not even baked beans, not even potatoes, the old staples. Incidentally, these pictures are not from the 30s as they might appear. They are from the 70s.
The way governments now cut benefits is to not make up for the rate of inflation. And what the report was saying to the government was that you've now announced the rates for this coming November. For the very poorest on benefit, and we're talking about the largest group now, the unemployed, we're only going to increase benefits by 13%. That was 7 months in advance of the increase. Already, prices have risen by over 6%. So come November, for the first time since the 30s, when the poor go to draw their new, supposedly increased benefit, in real terms, it will be a cut for them. And some people may try and reject the message that they see tonight by saying it's the family's fault, people could find jobs if they wanted it, and so on. Others, I hope, get the very unpleasant feeling in the gut that they only have their high standard of living because large numbers of families, a few of whom we see in this programme, have an appallingly low standard of living.
Irene and Jim Brunsden live in Hackney in London. They have 2 children, Derek by Jim's first marriage and the baby Rachel, aged 2. Jim is unemployed and their total benefits amount to £28 and 22 pence.
Irene, how much food have you got in the house right now?
Well, I've got about half a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
About 2 eggs and a little bit of cornflakes for the children.
And that's it? That's all they've got?
That's all.
What did Rachel have this morning?
Just a bit of cornflakes.
Yeah.
Sugar and milk in the cornflakes, that's all.
And say yesterday, what did she eat all yesterday?
She had a piece of some cornflakes in the morning, then she had a bit of bread. And last night I managed to borrow some money just to get her some fish and chips.
And is that about average what she has in a day?
Well, normally when I've got the money, she'll have like a bit of fruit or something,
Yeah.
you know, during the day.
How much money have you got in the house now?
About 5 pence.
5 pence? Well, how are you going to get tonight's meal?
Well, I'll have to go round and borrow some money
Who-
for today's meal for the baby.
What will you get her?
Well, if I can borrow £1, I can get 2 tins of meat from the market or something.
Is she ever hungry in so much that she goes to bed hungry? Do you know that she's hungry and you can't give her food?
Well, she doesn't tell me like she's hungry. She just sort of moans all the time, and I get that feeling like she's hungry, you know? And if I've got anything, I'll give it to her. But if not, then I'll just give her milk.
Does that happen much?
Well, yeah.
So when you say she moans, what at night?
She just moans and moans all the time, you know. Then I know something's wrong.
You must be very worried with a 2-year-old getting such little nourishment.
Well, it is worry. Believe me, it is worry.
What do you think Rachel's future is?
Well, if I can just get myself a job, nothing goes wrong, and my husband gets well and he gets himself a job, we should pull out. But otherwise, we're just going to go down further. And it will lead to no food, no money at all.
I think you've had a notice to quit from the council.
Yes. Yes.
When do you expect to be evicted, in fact?
Well, we was given up to the 18th of August. The 18th of August. And then something would be done. Then they take us to court.
If you're evicted, what will happen to the baby?
They'll probably either put me and the baby into a halfway house and my husband will have to find somewhere to sleep, or else they'll take the baby away from me.
If the Brunsdons are evicted, it will cost the local authority at least £70 a week to keep them in temporary accommodation. In other words, rather than help them, the authority is prepared to spend that amount of public money just to exercise its right to throw them out. That doesn't make sense, does it? But that's the way the welfare state operates in Britain today. Indeed, the smashing of the Brunsdon family, and especially of the baby, is typical of these times. First, Jim Brunsdon loses his job as a lorry driver through no fault of his own, and then his family tries in vain to draw their full social benefits from a maze of 46 means-tested handouts. And now they are hungry and in debt to a tallyman and fast approaching a point of desperation. But of course that's the way it was in Ramsay MacDonald's Britain in 1931, when mothers in desperation contemplated taking up prostitution in order to feed their children.
I wouldn't go on the streets, not if I could help it. But if my baby really, really needed something to eat, and I didn't have a penny, whether it cost me my marriage, my life or anything, I would have to do it for my baby's sake. I mean, I'm not a type of girl to do this sort of thing. I was never brought up to do this sort of thing. If I thought my baby would really in need of food, then I'm sorry, I would have to do it.
And you're very desperate. Are you?
Well, we're getting closer to it. I mean, if I'd done this sort of thing, I would lose my husband. I know that for a fact. But we're getting so close to it now that it's going to be that way before long. I'm just going to have to go out to keep my kids.
Only a very radical change in this country can help these people, and yet all they get is more and more of the same. There seems to be no link, no understanding between government and the families who are down. None of these families knew the name of their MP, and none of them cared. Why should they? Many of those who sought power as champions of people like the families in this film have become mere cynics and manipulators. No doubt some of the politicians may wish to see this film as merely television playing on emotions, and they may well quote Mr. Healy's recent comment that, on his information, the social benefits going to the poor were more than adequate, though he didn't say what his information was. And so people like this family, the Stocks, will go on suffering so the rest of us can lead something of a civilized life. This is the Stocks larder, filmed on a Monday. Tonight, Thursday, 2 nights before the Social Security money order is due to arrive, there'll be nothing in the larder. The money often doesn't come on time, and they have nothing for the weekend.
You just had a place of Russian sugar on it.
What is the food that you feel is necessary for your family that you can't afford?
Oh, fruit, oranges and things like that, you know. I don't buy any fruit at all. Only Christmas.
You don't buy any fruit at all?
No, only Christmas we have fruit.
Only Christmas?
Sometimes my brother-in-law might bring round a couple of apples and oranges and that, you know.
Yeah.
And,
do you have any fresh vegetables at all during the week?
yeah, on Tuesdays, you know, when we get the family lamps again.
That's what do you have?
Greens,
Mum, I put my money.
that's about all, really.
Mum.
Sometimes I might get a cauliflower, you know.
Mummy.
But are you able to buy any fresh meat, for instance?
Not during the week.
Daddy.
What about the kids when they feel they want something to pick at? Do they look at the cupboard and despair? Do they go to you? Do they say anything?
Yeah, they ask me, and I just tell them I haven't got nothing. That's all I can say. I can't, you know, make excuses or anything like that. They ask for bread and there's none, I just tell them I haven't got none, and that's it.
Have they got used to that now?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Of the kids who are now being smashed by this recession, and by the decisions of those handling the recession, some will suffer permanent physical damage, like the children with rickets and the children with direct effects of poor nourishment. The others, perhaps like Melanie here, will get used to it and grow up to go on to a second-rate school and work in a second-rate job and live in a second-rate house. And need I say, lead a second-rate life.
What do you think worries your mum and dad most?
Not having a lot of money to feed us, I suppose.
What's it like at birthdays? Are you able to? Do you all get?
Well, Mum gives me what she can afford, and if she can't afford it, I just accept it as it is.
Because you're the eldest girl, do some of your sisters understand why you can't have a lot of presents and you can't have certain things, certain food?
Well, sometimes, but they don't, it's not much food. It's when it's their birthday, if they want something and my mum can't afford it, they don't really understand why. If they want it, you know, and they can't have it, they don't know why they can't have it, and others can.
If I can, I let their birthdays go, you know, like with the twins. They're too young to know anyway when it's their birthday.
So they don't have birthdays?
No, and but with the older ones, I have to try and do something, you know.
What do you do?
Oh, give them a couple of bob, you know, £1 or something if I can afford it, you know. I know that their birthday falls on a family allowance day, it's not too bad then. I think the kids even know that themselves now, you know. If it's a Tuesday or a Saturday their birthday falls on, they're all right. But if it's any other day through the week, they've had it. Occasionally I'll ask Social Security for a grant, you know, what I did recently, to get essential things like shoes and that I can't afford to buy out the normal week's money. But you can't keep asking them. You know, I mean, their shoes don't last 5 minutes. They're all heavy on their shoes. It does get me down sometimes, you know. Never had a new bed since we've been married. I've got that held up with a drawer. The bed is stacked up with a dressing table drawer. I've just been given bunk beds for the children, for Mandy and Melanie. No, there must be more to life than this. Surely this is not all there is. There must be something more, not, you know, as it is now with the kids and the money problem and, you know, housing as it is. There must be more to life than what we've got.
Is it ever made clear to you, or do people ever comment at school when you're outside home that you are not as well off as some of your friends?
Yeah, well, most of my friends know.
What do they say?
They say, as long as the house is clean and you're clean, that's all that should be worried.
So they're kind about it, aren't they? Do you talk about it with them much?
No.
And when you can't get perhaps a pair of shoes you'd like to keep up with them, do they?
No, if I want a pair of shoes, my mum can't afford it. I just tell them that my mum can't afford it, and they accept it like that.
What does being well off mean to you?
Wouldn't have to worry about clothes for them or anything, and we'd live in a decent place, you know, with, well, the things that people take for granted, bathrooms and hot water and things like that, you know.
You've got a bathroom?
Got a bathroom, yeah.
Hot water?
No, got no hot water.
But why don't you have hot water out here, surely?
Well, there's nothing here. There's no facilities for hot water here.
So what happens when you're all at the bath, or...?
Well, we don't. We usually just have washes down. We put saucepans and kettles on, you know, for a couple of hours. With the twins, I can put them in the sink, a couple of kettles, and that'll do them. But with all the other girls, with the 4 girls, it's a couple of hours job, you know.
Because we're told our standard of living will fall sharply. I mean, does that...
Well, I don't think mine's ever risen, so if it can't go much lower than it is now, my standard of living can't get much lower. So, if anything, they'll all have to come down to my level, won't they?
A Child Poverty Action Group report last month stated that 5 million men, women and children in Britain now have no more than £1.60 a week to spend on food. That is £1.60 for each of these children, who are the future. I opened this film by telling you about Christine Mackenzie, who in her own words described her near-starvation diet. Breakfast, nothing. Midday, toast, jam or an egg. Supper, nothing. We didn't show Christine in this film because she is dead and buried in an unmarked grave in a Wolverhampton cemetery. She was 21 years old. Weak and undernourished, she died from a rare infection just a few weeks after the birth of her second child. The truth, of course, is that Christine Mackenzie, with a total weekly income last year of £11.10, could barely afford to go on living in the welfare state of Britain. Her miserably low social benefits could not keep pace with the uncontrolled rise of food prices. In the questionnaire I mentioned, she was asked, "Have you had any help from the social services in the past year?" She answered no, and the Director of Social Services for Wolverhampton has since confirmed that she was speaking the truth. We had no record of this young woman, he said, until the night the police told us she had died. This government's minute increases in social benefits planned for November will be wiped out by inflation and are effectively cutbacks and pose a direct threat to the survival of the growing number of the poor. Unless we regain our sense of priorities, which amount to our civilization, there will be more and more Christine Mackenzies.
The longest war this century ended just a few months ago, and since then there's been almost a silence about Vietnam in the American press and on television. After defeat and humiliation, people just want to forget. But the people who live here in the town of Fort Smith, Arkansas, aren't being allowed to forget, which is both ironic and sad, because towns like Fort Smith, in America's heartland, spilt most of America's blood in Vietnam. Poor white Southern boys didn't burn their draft cards. They gladly went to die for God and country, or whatever it was that they went to die for. But now, in the first summer of peace, the war has come home to Fort Smith yet again. It's like a dream, because every few days out of the sky come hundreds of Vietnamese, soldiers, sailors, pilots, politicians, priests, crooks, bar girls, and just ordinary frightened people, touched and convinced by the American cause, whatever that was. There's 24,000 of them on the edge of town, just waiting for the good folks here to come and sponsor them. The problem is that every one of them is a living reminder that the boys buried in this graveyard died for nothing.
But now the boys, the ones who survived, are together again with the Vietnamese, each eager to please the other, almost as if 2 decades of mistrust and killing and lost opportunities had never happened.
I didn't think I'd ever see any Vietnamese people again. I left in 1968.
More than 120,000 Vietnamese fled to America, and only a third have been settled in the community. The rest still languish in old army camps, and those who can't find a sponsor to take them will eventually end up here, in Arkansas, which is about as far away from Vietnam as the other side of the moon. God only knows what the future holds for this confused and frightened old man. He and people like him are all that's left of an American investment of 20 years and 56,000 lives and $140 billion.
Okay, kids, let's go. Follow me. Come on. Let's go. All right, come on.
Big jolly GI, cute crying Vietnamese kids, together again, one having lost a war, the others their country, and perhaps at long last, needing each other. This is the United States. Welcome you, Vietnamese. All those years the Americans told you to fear the communists. Then at the end they told you not to panic, but you did. And so here you are in Fort Chaffee, Arkansas. Sorry about that. Welcome to Fort Chaffee. Built in World War II, closed down in the 50s. A temporary home for most of you people, a permanent home for some of you. But don't be sad. A few of you may get lucky and find a lost daughter, or a wife, or a brother. Maybe the young woman I watched trying to claw her way over the wall of the American embassy in Saigon is here. Maybe the Marines who booted her back into the crowd finally relented and let her over the wall. But don't be too sad. Compassion was never a big selling product in Vietnam. So maybe they'll sell you a different brand here in Arkansas. This is what they call processing. The photographing, the interviewing, the fingerprinting, as the great American melting pot prepares to receive its latest ingredients.
I've been to Vietnam before. I know which way the dead ones go.
He knows where the dead ones go. A brutal remark, perhaps, but an honest memory of a war for which America has only Fort Chaffee to show. Just as the French still have an entirely Vietnamese town near Bordeaux as a melancholy reminder of when they gave up trying to control Vietnam 21 years ago.
You know, this is my first wife's son.
She's still in Saigon with my 4 children. And I'm here. It's too bad, isn't it?
This man, whose wife singing you hear, was a movie star in Saigon. He left because he knew he had to leave. He had made propaganda films for the CIA's infamous Phoenix program, under which 60,000 South Vietnamese officials were murdered for not doing as the CIA told them. Now, like all of them, with his memories, he waits for a sponsor, like a child awaiting adoption. Of course, they all have their past to live with, and waiting in the huts day after day, week after week, month after month, is tedious and destroying. It's a time of terrible anticlimax, of lying on your bunk and reflecting about what might have been had you stayed in Vietnam, and of wondering if a husband, or a mother, or a child left behind in the panic are safe, and what might happen if one day you decide to forsake Fort Chaffee and go back home.
So you were the one who was chosen to go to America?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why didn't you want to stay in Vietnam?
You know, because when I leave, I don't think we say come to Vietnam. I think when I get United States for, you know, not a long time and I can come back to Vietnam, I don't think I have to leave my country away, you know. I don't think so. I think I can come back to Vietnam soon. See?
Are you very homesick?
Yes, very homesick. I cry every day, every night when I miss I think of my family. So,
Are you here all alone then, or by yourself?
yeah,
Do you have friends here?
no. I would like to go back to Vietnam, but I'm afraid because...
But your family's there.
I know that. But I don't know if I go back to Vietnam, I can see my parents.
You're worried that you might not see them?
Yes, that's right.
What do you think they'll do to you?
I don't know.
My family fed me up. Then I left them behind. I think I have a responsibility to look for them, to look after them, but I left them. I feel guilty.
One of these days, we return home and take a path to improve our country. And I do ask all the young men who have evacuated out of Vietnam should do that way.
Should go home and help?
No, if they have a professional now, they should go home and help.
Maybe one day, if I come back to my country, I can fight again.
Do you really think that you'll fight again?
Yeah, I really think I will fight again one day.
How? How will you fight again?
Maybe...
With what army?
If we still mercenaries for us, we still, if somebody can support us for finance and army fund, we can fight again to gain our country.
Aren't you dreaming?
I'm not dreaming. I think it's true.
But the dream is long over. The reality is getting a sponsor, or rather getting the right kind of sponsor. I'd like to have me just a few of them Vietnamese chicks, wrote an ex-Marine sergeant to Fort Chaffee. Just put them in a kit bag and stick them in a war locker. Have to be young and good figure and not bad teeth. Judge them like you would a horse. Perhaps it's the fear of ending up with someone like that Marine sergeant that causes people to change their names and vanish back into the security of the huts on the day they are due to take the oath of allegiance and leave.
Do you fly a kite? Do you fly a kite? Do you fly a kite? Yes. All right. Hi.
ngọt. Hai là một loại bánh ngọt.
All right. Plow. Plow. Broom. Broom. The man wore a shirt. The man wore a shirt. Strawberry. Strawberry. Straw. Strawberry. Berry. Strawberry. Strawberry.
I mean, I wouldn't expect to go over to someone else's country and have them take me in, because the people can usually make it at home if they will. A lot of people likes to run to the United States because it looks kind of lucrative to them.
Why bring more trouble in when you still got trouble?
What would you do with these people?
What would I do? I wouldn't have brought them in the first place.
Back to Vietnam. That's where they're wanting to go. They want to go back.
They belong in their own people, just like the colored people. I would have died before I'd left my country.
Fort Smith, a typical, real friendly southern town with an 85% white population. Some of the Vietnamese will settle here. The majority will be scattered throughout the United States. Perhaps it's not surprising that many of them would rather live in a little Saigon in Arkansas than risk the embrace of a way of life, which after 20 years left only bomb craters and beer cans back home.
Well, I don't have anyone on my farm. I'm all by myself. And I need somebody there to clean the house, do a little cooking. And when I come in from work, I'll have something to eat, you know.
Yeah. So you don't have any wife or family out there at the moment?
No, I'm divorced. My wife left.
So you're all by yourself on the farm?
Right.
Now, Rose has got a 9-year-old son. How is that going to
Well, I think later on he'll be a lot of help on the farm around there.
Well, you might put him out with the
cows.
Cows, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think they're going to say when Rose moves out?
Well, my own personally friends, I don't think there'll be nothing said. I think they'll like her. Sure do. But, of course, we'll always have the gossip around town, you know. But I don't care what they say. I really don't. I don't care what they say. Because I like her myself.
Why does Rose want to go with you?
Well, I assume she just wants to, maybe us, we might get married someday. And she wants to get where somebody she likes. Could you tell them why you want to go with me instead of the other sponsors?
I like them.
You like Fred?
Yeah, she likes me, she said.
Why do you think she likes you, Fred?
Well, I don't know. I really don't know. But I like her. I've talked with several out here while I've been out here. And, of course, Dr. Graham, my uncle, he met her first. And he seemed to think she'd be real good for me.
We must realize that everyone is not an island by himself. We have to live with people. People have to live. And if I am fortunate enough to have an extra meal and an extra place to keep somebody and feed them, and that's all they require, and have them live with us and try to train them and educate them and get them to be good Americans, I'm only helping my country.
What happens if, you mentioned being good Americans, what happens if they want to go on being good Vietnamese?
Fine. That's the advantage of this country. That's the big advantage of this country. You can be what you are, but you're still a good American. If you're a good of whatever nationality or ethnic background, you are still a good American. And that's what this country is all about, in my estimation.
If who we sponsor want to come and live with us in the first place, then they know that what we're going to do is help them and teach them. And we will not stop them if they have any relatives or friends that are in this country or anywhere that they want to write to. We will make sure that correspondence is kept up, and even visitation privileges to our home, or we can take them or send them to where they want to go if they have friends and relatives. They're human beings, they're part of our family, and they have the right to do the same as we do. What hurts the most is Americans that are against the refugees and people sponsoring the refugees, because no American was an American except the Indian, and they're the worst treated in this country.
You going?
To sponsor a Vietnamese, you have to convince one of the voluntary agencies, which are mostly church organizations, that you are of good character and full pocket. The Carter family have sponsored 2 girls, and now all of them live together in Fort Smith's suburban splendor.
Was it good?
They want to be sure, the government's prime concern is that these people will not become welfare recipients. And so they want to do a small amount of checking. It really is not very large, but they do ask you what business your husband is in, or what, you know, if you have a job, what it is, so forth, and if you are financially able to keep them up. Otherwise, it is very simple, and they do not ask much else.
So it's not legally binding at all? I mean,
it is not legally
they
binding.
can leave and you can kick them out.
That's right. If they know, in a sense, well, to be brutal, they're at our mercy. They have no other way of getting out except through this method of being sponsored. And the sponsorship is just, it is a thing that you are helping them until they become financially independent. Like one of the girls that I'm sponsoring, I'm paying her way to go through college so that she can become financially independent, which will take, say, 2 years.
What were the emotional problems when they first moved in?
They still are suffering. I call it sort of a traumatic shock. Some of these people that we talked to out there said that they had 2 hours notice and they left. And that, to anybody, is like going to the moon in 2 hours. You know, you barely have time to say goodbye to your parents.
What has their inclusion in your family done for you, personally? What are you getting out of it?
Well, I don't know. I can't, what am I getting out of it? I don't know that you could say it that easily. It's a nice feeling when you're doing something for somebody that obviously appreciates it. I'll say that. And you know that you're obviously helping somebody out that otherwise is going to be in a terrible jam. No, he sits on the floor. Let me see. Let us go over here and get some fruit.
Which way?
Okay, I think it's going this way, Judge. It's where the coffee is, and it always has a side
But in the beginning, there seemed to be quite a lot of objection. People put up signs saying, "Go home, gooks." Was that representative of most people here, do you feel?
It wouldn't have been my idea of a reception. My idea would be a reception to receive them like the Lord would receive us. He has, the Lord is no respecter of persons, and neither am I. They're human beings. I'm a human being. He made me one way, made them another. We all have the same blood, the blood of Adam. And I love them just as like I'd love you or anyone else.
I mean, I didn't mind it because those people were in a war-torn country anyway, and I really didn't mind it myself.
We heard that there was a lot of objection at the beginning.
Not me. I don't object to it a bit.
Yes.
Because I know I wouldn't want to be where facing those bullets. That's the way I feel about it.
They have to live someplace, and they couldn't live in their own country, so I have no objection.
Do you think they'll fit in with the community?
Imagine so. Give them time to learn the language, you know.
Do you think most people here will accept them?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how they would. Only way I know I wouldn't mind it, but a lot of people I talked to haven't been too awfully glad about them. Heard some bad comments on them, so. But I haven't said nothing, so I think they're pretty nice.
Where? We need some. Try asking for all these people.
Where's Ashton?
Over there.
Go get him. What kind of fruit do you all like?
Plums.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking what kind of fruit do you all like?
I believe most people just won't forget about it. It's all over.
Have you forgotten about it?
Except for the lives that were lost. I don't think anyone will forget that. Of course, I wasn't there, but you still have a feeling for those boys.
What did you think when it was all over? I mean, did you feel?
Well, I never did.
Country was
Most
humiliated?
Americans didn't understand that war.
Mm.
They were opposed to it. I was opposed to it.
Yes.
I didn't understand why we were there, and I thought the sooner we got out, the better. And I just thought, well, you know, what can I do? Well, there's one thing I can do.
Yeah.
We didn't win the war.
No.
They're left, and so maybe I can sponsor somebody.
Yes.
And Nam happened to be one that was by himself.
Do you think he'll turn into a good all-American boy?
Who knows? He certainly wants to be.
Mm.
He wants to be. Hi, Nam. How'd you sleep? Did you sleep?
Yeah.
It's good.
Sorry.
What time did you get home on your bicycle?
Yeah, by bicycle I got
Midnight?
midnight.
The young man sponsored by the Spears family next door is called Nam. They can't remember his other names. His first job in America is at the Fort Smith International House of Pancakes. Nam left all his family in Saigon. He fled because he was frightened, and his regrets and his hopes are now kept well inside him. In 3 months, Nam has gone from chief accountant in a Saigon bank to dishwasher in a plastic food palace. In other words, he's fallen from near the top of his own society to the very bottom of the American heap. He's now a member of a minority, like the blacks and Spanish speakers, and the other Orientals who wash dishes in endless pancake houses across America. When I told Nam I'd been in Saigon and knew the bank where he was chief accountant, his face almost lit up. I don't know why I'm here, he said, but I guess I'll have to stay.
All three of you are almost classic American soldiers. You're all volunteers. You've served several times. Are you still as proud to be an American as you were when you first went to war in Vietnam?
As far as my ideology goes, it's shot, you know. The respect I once had for America, for the people that ran it, and things like that, that's just about down the drain, and they're going to have to show me, the politicians, the Army, the Marines, Navy, all of them are going to have to show me again that, you know, CIA, that they're worthy, that they're worth, you know, fighting for, respecting, and what have you.
We go over there, you know, okay, we're going to stand behind you. We stood behind Vietnam, and then we pulled out, left them standing. That's like pulling the crutches out from a crippled person. It's the same thing as well, you know, my opinion of the whole thing. And it was a great loss. I lost a lot of real good friends over there.
I would like to sponsor a Vietnamese family, but I'm not able, you know. I'm retired military and I'm going to school, but if it was all able, I would sponsor a Vietnamese family. I have no hostilities towards those people whatsoever. I think they're beautiful people. I really do.
I'm still proud to be American, don't get me wrong. As far as I'm concerned, it's one of the greatest countries in the world and always will be. I mean, it's got its faults, but it's still good.
When I left Saigon on April the 29th, the last day, I heard an American helicopter pilot say, "Just get on board and don't look them in the eyes." By them he meant the Vietnamese, the soldiers who fought until the ammunition ran out and then died for nothing, and the children, bombed and burned, and then finally bundled onto bogus orphan flights, often without the consent of their parents, publicity stunts meant to appease guilt in the West and political desperation in Washington. And the people kicked and clubbed away from the embassy walls on that last day. As the helicopter pilot said, "Just get on board and don't look them in the eyes."
You know, I served in World War II. I was in the jungles for 3 years, in Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands and Philippine Islands. I fought for this country. I shed blood for it. I'm a disabled veteran. I don't feel we lost the war. Nobody won the war, nobody lost the war. A lot of people were killed. It's unfortunate because of the leaders. Vanity. The vanity of the leaders is what caused all this. Neither one wanted to lose face. As several presidents of our own president said, I don't want to be the one who was president and we lost the war. So he carried it on and sunk more money and killed more people for the next president to take on the burden.
Why should we have lost a war in the first place?
Yeah.
We weren't in a world war. We were there trying to be good Americans, good people, trying to help them. We didn't lose or win. We're still winning because we have brought them here and we are trying to do something for them.
Some of us who attacked the war in Vietnam year after year were called anti-American. The charge, of course, was ridiculous. I suppose what I always found difficult to explain was the dual personality of Americans in Vietnam and at home. They had during the war, and they still have, a kind of all-consuming innocence, an innocence both lovable and lethal. In their hearts, the good people of Fort Smith, Arkansas, wanted to win the war in a simple, ruthless way, to wipe the enemy, whoever they were, off the map. They weren't allowed to do this, and so they knew their sons were dying for nothing. And yet today, in this deeply conservative town, there are no signs saying, "Go home, gooks," as I expected. Instead, there is much generosity and charity and decency and confusion. They still don't know why they couldn't win the war and why the world turned against them. Their innocence, both lovable and lethal, is exactly as it always was. In police states, like Brazil and the Soviet Union, they have a vague law which the authorities use to silence and imprison people with certain political and moral views. You may be surprised to know that we have begun to use almost exactly the same kind of law in Britain. The law is conspiracy. Now, before you say, "Oh, come on, British justice would never allow anything like that," please look at this film. The evidence that will follow will show that a law made before the Middle Ages and never sanctioned by Parliament has been dug up quite recently to be used, virtually unchanged, as a tool of suppression. Let's be quite clear. This law can affect us all. To be charged with conspiracy, you need not have committed any crime or have even been associated with a crime. Indeed, it's likely that all you will have done is committed or thought of committing a trivial civil wrong like trespassing. But if there are more than two of you, the trivial offence of trespassing, which is not a criminal offence, can suddenly become conspiracy, for which you can get a huge fine and up to life imprisonment. And at your trial, you can be convicted on rumours, on who you are, on how you live, on what your friends are. Conspiracy, an English judge said recently, can amount to a nod and a wink.
A nod and a wink, that is a mere cursory agreement, can find you convicted of the serious crime of conspiracy and imprisoned for years. It doesn't matter if the agreement is not serious, and it doesn't matter that what you agreed to do is not itself a crime, like trespassing. The publicity over the demonstrations by Peter Hain obscured a dramatic change in the use of English law. In 1969, the archaic laws of conspiracy were dug up to use against Hain in his campaign to draw public attention to racialism in South African sport. At this Davis Cup match in Bristol, Hain made his point peacefully. Play was interrupted for only 10 to 15 minutes, and if the sporting authorities had wanted to sue Hain for the civil wrong of trespass, they had a perfect right to do so. But what Hain actually did had absolutely nothing to do with the police charge or with the criminal courts. But much later he was to find himself accused as a dangerous conspirator.
Why was a conspiracy charge chosen for you in the first place? I think there was an interesting history to that, isn't it?
Yes, because it was the only way that they could prosecute me, basically. They could not prove that I'd done anything in terms of a substantive offence that was illegal. Take, for example, the tennis match, which I was finally convicted over in this Old Bailey trial. It took place in July 1969. 4 of us ran on to a Davis Cup tennis match and sat down on the field. We were cleared off by police. It was fairly friendly and certainly peaceful. The police never charged us, yet 3 years later, I was found guilty of conspiring to trespass upon that tennis court and was given a £200 fine and found guilty. They would not have been able to get me on trespass on its own without sticking conspiracy in front of it, because trespass is a civil offence, and it would have required the owners of the ground to bring charges for damage against me, to sue me for damages. Since there wasn't any damage, nothing could have been done about it.
What do you think your trial proved, Peter?
Well, it's proved a number of things. It showed people that there isn't really a right to demonstrate in Britain. This was claimed by the prosecuting counsel, Owen Stable, when he opened the case against me. He said this trial will prove that there isn't a right to demonstrate, and I think he showed that at the end of it.
During the Hayne demonstrations, a retired judge, Sir Hugh Stable, wrote to the Daily Telegraph urging that Hayne be prosecuted with conspiracy to trespass. Sir Hugh omitted to mention that he himself had set a long-forgotten precedent in 1946 by finding a man guilty of conspiring to house homeless ex-servicemen in disused army shelters. In this way, the reintroduction of the conspiracy laws came about almost by accident. A barrister called Francis Benyon, supported by South African interests, duly complied with the judge's suggestion and briefed none other than the judge's own son, Mr. Owen Stable, QC, to bring Hayne to justice as a conspirator.
Direct action protest, the idea of the sit-in, the obstructive protest rather than the symbolic one, has aroused tremendous hostility in official circles, naturally, because I think there's an unspoken motto in the establishment that you can protest all you like, chaps, as long as you're ineffective.
Yes.
Direct action is effective, and so an all-embracing catch-all charge like conspiracy is the only way of stopping it.
Yes.
For myself, I most certainly do, when I'm thinking of protesting or taking direct action, do constantly think of the conspiracy implications, and I don't think there's any doubt that it's had a restraining effect on my colleagues and other people involved in the field. Because, you see, it's not something that a charge that can be brought for what people would regard as nasty things like blowing up buildings or violence. I could have been given life imprisonment for conspiring to shout an insulting slogan, because there's no limit on the sentence that a conspiracy charge can result in.
In the 19th century, the conspiracy laws were used to intimidate workers in their attempts to secure decent conditions. In 1973, Shrewsbury building workers campaigned against the notorious lump, the use of non-union labour and its acceptance of dangerous work conditions. At the trial of the Shrewsbury pickets, who were charged with conspiracy to intimidate, the judge said, "You know very well it can be a conspiracy when they never met and they never knew each other."
Actually, I'd never heard of conspiracy, and I don't think any of the other six had ever heard of conspiracy.
Did it ever really become clear to you what it meant?
No, not really, no.
Right through the trial?
No. I don't think it was clear to anybody, even the jury didn't understand the meaning of conspiracy.
I mean, what did you think was happening? I mean, you had this terribly serious charge with life imprisonment maximum at the end of it.
Yeah.
I mean, what...
Our view was that it was something that was sort of brought up on the spur of the moment to try and deter the working class people from getting a decent living and decent conditions.
Has there been any kind of protest at all since the trial? Any picketing?
No, not in my area anyway. There hasn't been any strikes or union action at all since the trial itself.
Yes. And the picketing fundamentally was about safety regulations.
The main
about
thing
the
about
lump in
the
general.
strike was, yes. Yeah. Now that the conspiracy law has been used against union members and union leaders, nobody wants to be a leader. Nobody wants to be in the union. Therefore, the safety regulations on building sites are now deteriorating very badly.
The development is wholly a common law one. It's been in the hands of the prosecutors who have used it in all kinds of ways and have developed it over the last 10, 20 years, and the courts have provided very little curb upon this kind of development. I think that's the undesirable side of it. Primarily, we don't know the full extent of it, although we're beginning to feel the impact of the full extent of it.
When you say we haven't yet felt the full impact of them, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think one's got to be careful about talking about cases which have not yet been tried, but I think there are cases which are coming up into the courts in the near future, which are beginning to show how prosecutors are using the conspiracy count for new areas of activity, and very much more in the area which you would regard in your terminology of being political. Industrial relations is an area in which I think we may very well see further use of the conspiracy count. We've seen a little bit of it in connection with the Shrewsbury pickets.
More of that sort of thing, you think?
I think there's a very great danger that we may see more of that sort of thing, particularly if the economic crisis gets worse and the people out of work, and I think there may be a great deal more industrial unrest in which the authorities may very well seek to use the conspiracy count in order to control the situation. It's being used for all kinds of activity, which by no stretch of the imagination could be said to be designed to overthrow the government, but simply in some way or other is unacceptable behaviour in terms of public order or social order, the area of morals and film censorship, all the areas of censorship, for example, and free speech.
In recent years, Lord Longford has led a small and stridently moralising pressure group, and with Mary Whitehouse has campaigned for one moral code for the entire community. Their campaign has succeeded in contributing to a certain moral climate among the police, the media and the judiciary, and an indirect result has been the establishment's use of the conspiracy weapon against people whom they can't convict under the obscenity laws.
Now this magazine, His and Hers, which is a contact magazine, was the subject of a case brought under the Obscene Publications Act, and an obscene charge, as it were, was dismissed against this magazine completely in March 71.
That's correct. The obscenity charge was dismissed in 1971, and because it had been found not guilty in the court, I assumed that it was perfectly legal for me to sell the magazine.
So at this stage,
I took on the distribution in June.
Yeah, so you're dealing with a magazine, a perfectly legal magazine, in fact one that had been washed clean, as it were, by the courts
Yes.
a long time before.
Yes.
Yes.
My client ran a wholesale newspaper business. He had told me, or told my firm, that this magazine had been cleared, and had asked our advice before taking on the distributorship of this magazine whether it was proper for him to do so. And we said yes, provided it's all tied up legally, a proper agreement with the publishers. There was no reason why you shouldn't include this magazine as one of your magazines in a normal course of business. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it.
What is your view of conspiracy charges like this?
Conspiracy, when it's used in this form, I personally feel it's used for the wrong reasons. It was used perhaps as a political end. Pressure had been put on Parliament, as I think I've said before, and Parliament wasn't going to pass any legislation to deal with obscenity, or any further legislation to deal with obscenity, or anything to do with public morals. So the only way that the Crown or the prosecution could have dealt with this sort of offence was by means of a conspiracy charge. And in this case, they, in my view, failed miserably.
What is really wrong with the conspiracy laws as they stand now?
I think one of the major defects is the position of those who are not the central players in the particular criminal activity. That is to say, those who are the fringe actors. What happens in conspiracy cases is that that terribly dangerous concept of guilt by association so easily gets translated into a conspiracy. And it's very difficult in the great mass of material which is often brought into the courtroom by way of evidence. Large amounts of it not directed to any particular individual, but all of them who stand in the dock get smeared by it and get, as it were, engulfed by it. And at the end of the day, a jury finds it difficult to discriminate between the various actors and the actual parts they play in it, and simply lump them all together and say, well, they're all in it, and they all get convicted together. And I think this is one of the really great dangers of conspiracy.
In June 1973, 9 members of the Welsh Language Society arrived in London intending to occupy a BBC office in Portland Place as a peaceful protest against what they regarded as the small number of programmes produced in Welsh by the BBC. But they didn't get very far. They were arrested in a car park and kept in cells at Marylebone Police Station for 2 nights without being charged.
It was supposed to be a demonstration against the BBC as part of the Welsh Language Society's campaign to get a Welsh television channel for Wales.
I see, yes.
And the BBC was the establishment, and you know,
yes.
It's going only a token demonstration.
Yes. So you, well, what had you intended to do, in fact? I mean,
to disarrange files and
yes.
empty cupboards.
And to sit in overnight?
Yes, and just in one room.
I see. So let me get this clear. What you were intending to do is to go into the BBC, go into a room, rearrange some files.
Yes.
The point, the files being what?
It was just to cause inconvenience, that's all.
Yes. And then to leave peacefully. You hadn't intended to barricade yourself?
No, we were going to stay until, the people came in the following morning and be arrested.
So when you were taken to the police station, you were held for how long?
For, I think, from late Tuesday night till Thursday morning when we appeared in court.
Now, but you weren't charged with conspiracy then, though, were you? What were you charged with then?
Being equipped to cause criminal damage, I think.
Being equipped to cause criminal damage?
Yes.
What did you have? What equipment did you have?
Roll of sellotape and 2 glass cutters between 9 people.
I see, and that was the basis of a charge to cause criminal damage?
Yes.
Right. Now, when were you charged with conspiracy? When did that first come up?
About 6 months afterwards, I think. And, the charge was just being kept... We're coming up to London every 2 months and just come back in another 2 months all the time.
But did you have any intimation at all that you would be charged with conspiracy?
No, it came as a shock to...
It just appeared out of the blue 6 months later?
Yes. I think they didn't have sufficient evidence against us, for any other charge.
So when you were charged with conspiracy, how long after that was your trial?
Well, the whole thing lasted a year, from June 72 to June 73.
It lasted a year from the time you were picked up here to your trial.
Yes.
And how long did your trial last?
2 days, or 1.5 days.
A year and then 2 days?
Yes.
Why only 2 days if there was a year of inquiries?
Well, they had, just no evidence.
Well, can you describe what happened? What did the judge say? What was?
Well, we went to court, and Maynard and I didn't stay in the court for the hearing because, it's a political trial. We didn't want any part of it, so we kept taken down to the cells. But there's just no evidence against us. 2 glass cutters and this roll of sellotape don't make conspiracy real.
On April the 20th this year, 21 Iranians living in London went to the Iranian embassy to protest against the murder and torture of political prisoners in their country. They were allowed into the embassy, they sat down, and 10 minutes later they were asked by police to leave, and they left peacefully. The resulting publicity was one of the few reminders that Britain is deeply in pawn to the oil-rich Shah of Persia, a strutting Mussolini-style dictator who runs one of the most effective police states in the world, and on the admission of his own regime, has a habit of torturing and shooting those who oppose him. The 21 Iranians who sat down at the embassy in London were charged with the serious crime of conspiracy to trespass.
Dr. Brennan, could you tell me what happened after you were arrested?
Actually, we were evicted from the Iranian embassy to the Jar Road police station. And in the beginning, we have been told it's not a serious case. But after nearly 30 hours, we were charged with conspiracy with trespass.
Who told you it wasn't a serious case?
One of the police officers.
One of the police officers. Yes. Do you remember what he said?
Actually, I can't remember, the exact, the sentence. But as he said, it's not an important case, and it takes only a few hours to check your position through the immigration office. And this is the only thing that, we have been told in the beginning. Yes. But nearly 30 hours afterward, yes, we were charged with conspiracy to trespass.
Yes. Mr. Simons, you're representing Dr. Brennan.
Yes.
Could you tell us something about the kind of law under which he's been charged and what it means?
He's been charged with conspiracy to trespass. And trespass itself, in English law, isn't an offence. It's purely a civil tort. And unusually, the House of Lords 2 years ago said that conspiracy to trespass, i.e. conspiracy, an agreement to commit a civil tort, can be and is an offence. And since then, the charge has been widely used against demonstrators, against other people who have occupied embassies. I think it's only been used in a political context.
Yes.
At dawn one morning last October, the Special Branch raided the London offices of Peace News. They found a pile of leaflets and a member of the staff, John Hyatt, asleep. The leaflets belonged to the British withdrawal from Northern Ireland campaign, and Hyatt was arrested and eventually charged, along with 13 others, with conspiracy to incite disaffection among soldiers. Their trial is next month.
Quite a large number of people are getting so angry with the way the law is being used. In relationship to our own particular case, it's interesting that since the prosecutions were brought, the amount of leafleting of British soldiers and barracks has in fact increased. And not only has it increased, but people who traditionally have been very reluctant to lay themselves on the line, thinking of people in the professions and so on, seem to have been prepared to carry out actions out of a realization that the law cannot totally be fought in the court.
On May the 29th this year, The Guardian published this letter signed by 10 prominent citizens, including a professor of law, an army brigadier, and Monsignor Bruce Kent. They announced their intention to hand copies of the same leaflet in the Peace News case to soldiers at the Army Recruiting Office in Bradford. Their purpose was to demonstrate their support for the 14 charge and for freedom of speech. On May the 29th, they went to the recruiting office and did as the 14 charged are accused of doing. And on July the 15th, the Chief Superintendent of West Yorkshire Police wrote to Monsignor Kent and said that in their case, the police intended to take no further action. Why was their case so different? Why weren't they charged like the others? Are the conspiracy laws reserved for certain groups only?
I think basically because they have no respectable lobby behind them in the way that we have. If they take in a couple of professors, then they're going to have a split in Bradford University. If they take me in, they're going to have the churches. If they take in David Harding, the same. And I think it's this very middle class and proper sort of group that back us up, or would do if they knew the issues and realised what was going on. When they realise that it's nothing to do with Northern Ireland, I think that's a red herring to get out of the way. Then I think we are really a threat, more of a threat than the Hyatts of this world, because of the people who would be looking to the things we're doing.
Why do you think conspiracy is being used in this? Why aren't people simply charged with contravening the Act?
Well, I'm afraid I think it's because it's a sort of sloppy legislation. You don't have to prove very much, and so it's easy to do. And secondly, I think because the sentences can be colossal, and they have been colossal in the past for offences committed. And so I think in two ways, I think it's bad law. It's just too open. And as we know, I mean, I'm sure you know from the other examples that you'll be showing on this program, I don't doubt, that it is hitting at all sorts of people, and really especially people who are not really able to defend themselves very well. There's not going to be public sympathy for the 14. In a way, it's too muddled up with Northern Ireland. They'll be thought
the people who were charged for the same offence that you weren't charged for.
I mean, they're, in a sense, from the respectable area of society, they're fringe people. I mean, I'm not saying this in elite way, because I know that they're very important people, but they won't count a great deal, and so conspiracy, well, no one's going to make a fuss, and if they get 2 or 3 years imprisonment, which they could do, we won't be bothered with them for a while. And I think that's terrible. I mean, this is perhaps what any conventional burglar would expect, but these are people in a so-called free society expressing a legitimate, honest point of view. And I think in the kind of society we say we've got, they should be allowed to do so.
If the Director of Public Prosecutions, a civil servant, decided that the film you've just seen was not in the public interest, he could prosecute the producer, the cameraman, the sound man, the lighting electrician, and me under the laws of conspiracy. That sounds absurd, doesn't it? But as I see it, the laws of conspiracy are so loose and all-embracing that it could happen. You see, these laws are a dragnet, a perfect weapon to use against critics of the prevailing order and political opposition. Shouldn't Parliament be more concerned with the fairness of a law under which a person can be found guilty of one crime without any proof that they've actually committed a crime? And is it not fundamental to our democratic system that politically contentious laws like conspiracy should be strictly defined by Parliament and not left to the mercy of policemen or civil servants to use as they wish? A great many lawyers are appalled by the use of the conspiracy laws. and the Law Commission has recommended the abolition of conspiracy to trespass because of, and I quote, its vagueness and unfairness. But the laws of conspiracy are still being used in this country and used to intimidate and silence all kinds of dissent. As I mentioned at the beginning, that's exactly how the system works in dictatorships. An example of how the system works in Britain was the use of the conspiracy laws only last week against Colin Dean, Peter Chappell and Geraldine Hughes, who have been charged with conspiracy to damage the Headingley Test pitch as part of their campaign to free an imprisoned man they believe to be innocent. The conspiracy laws can in effect be used to invent new crimes. Indeed, the application of these laws is unlimited, and they are, in my view, bad laws. As the cases in this documentary have shown, to be charged with conspiracy, you need not have committed any other crime. You need only have made an agreement, an unwritten, unbinding, even trivial agreement. It doesn't matter. Because, as the judge said, a nod and a wink can amount to conspiracy. The sting is not in what you agreed to do. The sting is in that word conspiracy. Of course, the official justification for the conspiracy laws is that they are necessary to catch those who plan big crimes but don't actually commit them. The brains behind a bank robbery or a protection racket. Tom Harper of the New Law Journal will now present what he understands to be the official justification for the wider use of the conspiracy laws.
Robbery and demanding money with menaces are, of course, examples of conduct which Parliament has expressly declared to be criminal offences. The courts, however, have held that even if conduct has never been declared to be a specific criminal offence by Parliament, its consequences may be so socially harmful when it is done by several people acting together that the courts should be able to deal with it. They have used the offence of conspiracy for that purpose. The case for this use of conspiracy can perhaps best be put in the words of Lord Hailsham, until recently Lord Chancellor. Statute law, the law made by Parliament, is, he said, notoriously easy to evade. The draftsman does his best, and the two Houses of Parliament conscientiously attempt to improve upon his labours. But in the end, it is the unpredictable, or at any rate the unpredicted, which always seems to happen. Parliament is at the disadvantage that it often hasn't the time to act when action is urgently needed to deal with the unforeseen, but the courts can act quickly in such circumstances through the law of conspiracy. However, the overriding issue in the administration of the law of conspiracy is whether the purpose of a particular getting together is socially harmful.
"14 years ago, I did what thousands of my Australian generation did. I left. I left without ever really knowing my own country. I'd grown up in Sydney, in back streets and on beaches. I'd never seen a flood or a drought, and I'd never known the searing emptiness of the great Australian outback, the bush. As you'll probably know, Australia is a rich and very lucky country, and yet all I can remember was a growing feeling of isolation inside my own country, as if the world and Australia revolved on different axes. You see, Australia is both ordinary and very strange. Little more than the population of Greater London live in an area the size of the United States, and most of them are either indifferent to or secretly frightened of what lies beyond. And some of them have never really forgiven those pommy bastards for being so far away. This film is simply my impression of Australia after 14 years away. Is Australia really the lucky country, the classless land of the future? Or is it merely a minor branch office of London and Washington? Or perhaps, just perhaps, the greatest island on the earth,
is really something else. I would like this film to begin to answer those questions, for you and me. The road to Alice Springs in the heart of Australia. I first made this trip 8 years ago with an old friend called Charlie Perkins. Charlie was the first Aborigine to be accepted into an Australian university, and now we have come back to near where he was born, to this place called the Palms, a hideously mocking name for a shanty town which is little more than a benign concentration camp for those who are the real Australians.
What about the health of the kids? Has that improved at all?
Run over them, come into the swamp.
What's the problem? Still a chest and
chest and and some kids with trouble.
A lot of them have that dysentery and diarrhea and things like that. But that's common everywhere, you know. And when you were here 10 years ago or 8 years ago, it's exactly the same now.
It's exactly the same. Hasn't changed. Hasn't changed a bit. I remember that sewer over there and how it used to overflow. It's exactly the same. Can smell it.
That's right. Yeah, it stinks to high hell, and then the mosquitoes. You get a lot.
Oh, a lot of mosquitoes.
And the kids get all the infections out of that. Do these kids get to school at all?
Yeah.
Do you get nurses and doctors coming by and?
Our nurse, our sister coming every second time, second days.
Give them a jab.
Give them a jab, yeah.
Leave them here.
You give them one needle and then they say, you know, survive again until we come back and give you another needle, you know, to allow you to survive. And that's been going on for years. But these houses, I remember when I was a kid, these houses were here. And they're still here, the same house, and the government's come up here, Dr. Coombs come up here, all the ministers of Aboriginal Affairs come up here, and they're still the same. There was plenty of opportunity to put power in, and power's just here 20 yards away, and that's been there for 10 years, and they wouldn't put it on this place. The people here have asked for decent electricity, they've asked for better housing, they've asked for water, they've asked for sewerage, nothing. You know, every minister of Aboriginal Affairs in the Labor government and the Liberal government been here.
Doesn't matter who's in?
No, it doesn't matter who's in, they're all just as bad as each other. It never changes.
The sound of Sydney radio on 2GB.
We're permanent premier. You're the building society we adore.
Now, Premier Permanent Passport is a pocket full of dreams. Premier can do everything for you that giants can. Same interest, same protections.
This is fantastic 2UW. Putting the fun into summer.
I spent most of my young life growing up around here in Bondi. I lived just up the hill and used to run down to Bondi Beach every morning. Sometimes I'm not quite sure why I left it. It was a life totally without complication and a happy life. And I suppose the thing that puzzles a lot of Australians like myself who do leave is why we left such a complete physical paradise. All the things that all the brochures at Australia House used to say, most of them are true. You know, a lot of us who go abroad, and I include myself in this, make the mistake of criticising Australia for being something that it never has any pretension of being. It's a very arrogant expatriate view, and I'm as guilty as anybody because I've written articles about Australia in which I've accused it of being something that it doesn't want to be. And, you know, Australia is a working class paradise, if you like. It's a place where people have come from England and Italy and Greece and all over the world, where they can find the house and the garden and the job, and they have the same problems. They have to work in factories, and they can lose their jobs, and their wives will have to work and so on. But at the weekend, a lot of that is forgotten. People do what they're doing here, and that's Australia. I think for the first time in this trip back, and I've been away 14 years and I'm now back for, I suppose, the 6th or 7th time, I'm starting for the first time to come to terms with my own country and what it is and its limitations.
This afternoon, tonight and tomorrow, mild, warm and humid with sunny periods, some isolated showers, moderate south to southeast winds and seas becoming choppy in the afternoon. In Sydney it's 26 degrees. Brian Bury, 2UW News.
Unlike America, Australia wasn't founded by idealists. After the convicts, a few brave men went into the outback, while everybody else went to the beach. I've always felt that Australians are so fanatical about sport and so good at it, because so many other dreams have failed. Our West was never really won, and the great cities like Sydney, hanging on the very edge of a largely unpioneered country, are confessions of that failure. No Thomas Jefferson ever lived here. Australian heroes have always been measured by how many Olympic gold medals they can win, or how many pommy wickets they can smash. This lack of real heroes and of a national identity have always been a melancholy side to Australia, understood only by those who know us well. And it's this that some Australians are now trying to change. Unfortunately, the search for an Australian identity has been taken over by the all-pervasive Australian media, which has created a thing called the ochre. On the surface, the ochre is simply the cousin of Alf Garnett and Andy Capp, a universal slob. But to the advertising industry, the ochre is the fair dinkum child of nature, living in the shade of the poker machine and a pile of coldies. Now behold the native ochre.
Hey, remember me, your old mate, Buck Off Uncle Bill. I'll give you a buck off the regular price of spirits when you buy me own Uncle Bill's brand of whiskey, brandy, gin, vodka and white rum. I used to give you a buck off the regular price of the 2 dozen pack of the Curry's Coldies, and now I'm giving you $2 off. With Uncle Bill, you get a buck off twice. $2 off the 2 dozen pack of the Curry's Draft, Tank and Crest or colonialist. Mate, if you buy your spirits or beer from any other bottle shop, I reckon you've solid ivory between the ears. Uncle Bill gives you a buck off the regular price of spirits when you buy me own brand of whiskey, brandy, gin, vodka and white rum. So duck off for your double buck off with 3 home delivery chucked in for good measure at any of Uncle Bill's grog shops. Ho, 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 and away you go.
John, what effect does that have on an Australian audience here? I mean, to hear an ad like that?
Well, to the majority of Australians, we get a kick out of seeing ourselves slightly exaggerated, but not too much, and sending ourselves up to a degree. Of course, the reaction of amongst the TV critics, academics and socialites and so forth is one of abject horror, because they have a tremendous inferiority complex as to the way that we in Australia speak. And unless you've got some sort of pseudo Pommy or Yankee accent, therefore you're not a cultured person.
Does Uncle Bill, to you, is he representative of the average Australian, that sort of bloke?
Yeah. Yeah, see, Paul is he's actually the managing director of a large air conditioning company in Australia. And when we took over this chain of stores they were called Liquor Supermarkets of Australia, which is eminently forgettable. So the first thing we did was change the name to something you could remember, like Uncle Bill's Sly Grog Shop, for want of a better name. And we thought, well, why don't we find an Uncle Bill? And Paul had to represent to me, having been to thousands of football barbecues, now your average guy sitting around the barbecue with the steaks on, drinking about 100 cans of beer. Yeah. And when you're advertising duck off your buck off beer, it's no good going slow motion through the surf and pretty ladies and so forth and fantasies. You just need someone to tell you you can duck off your buck off as quick as you like. And, mate, you go to any 10 Australian barbecues and I tell you what, there'll be 100 Uncle Bills there.
10 o'clock news on 3AW, reported by John Wibb. Today's high forecast to be 26, fine, mild, sunny, predicts the Bureau.
The Claudia Wright Show.
Australia is the total media society, and radio is more important here than in Britain or even America. A breed of radio personalities like Claudia Wright in Melbourne provide the Ockers with a kind of non-stop confessional.
Good morning. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Claudia.
Yes.
And the other two gentlemen, too.
And Claire Dobbin.
I'd like to talk about the Ockerism in regard to the man not having heard the word before.
Do you feel that...
So I'm married to one.
Well, tell us about your husband.
Pardon?
Tell us about your husband.
Is he likely to be listening?
In what respect?
Well, you defined him before. Now, how describe him within the definition of your description?
Well, he's the beer-drinking, chauvinistic, for use of a better word, Navy singlet type tradesman.
Yeah. And do you feel beneath him, or does he treat you as an equal?
Oh, heavens no, not as an equal, nowhere near it.
Does he give you the pay packet every week? And
He's generous with money, but because that evades the responsibility of paying the bill.
Does he help you with the washing up or the washing or the floor?
Gracious, no, never.
Does he help you with the children?
Never.
Well, producing them, I presume.
That was the subtitle.
In out often away, yeah.
Yes. No, he just actually believes that women aren't equal.
Are you able to do anything about that? Do you talk to him about that at all?
No. Well, I have talked. We've rowed with everything about it, but it doesn't get through. His contribution to women's liberation, he's at about the stage where he might consider giving us the vote.
I've met a lot of people who seem to follow the identikit, international identikit of a feminist. I mean, has the women's liberation movement really caught on in Australia?
No.
Let's ask Nini and Susie and people over there.
I don't think it was necessary to catch on here. We've always considered ourselves equal. We didn't have to sort of go and sort of bash doors out.
No, I believe it. There are so many people who are not liberated, whether they can afford to send their kids to creches and go out and join a potter's group or something like that. But nobody cares, certainly not among our group,
But
about
do they want
all
to
the
be
other people.
liberated?
Of course they do. They don't. They had a survey about people out in the outer suburbs, and they had how did they spend their leisure time? They didn't have any leisure time.
I disagree.
they're very happy in their
I think they're happy in their lot. They've got to have a whinge, but I really don't think they change it for the world. They don't really want to go out and work. They don't want to change their lifestyle. I think this is the point.
It's easy for us to say we're bored with women's lib because we're in a fortunate position where if we want to go out and do an art course or whatever it is, we can afford to have a babysitter in, and we can do it. But there are people in this country that can't afford it, and women's lib is important for them.
Alas, the common sight of Australia's lady bowlers says much about the myth of rugged individualism. For bowling, with all its relentless gentility, is the most popular sport in Australia. The ladies must not step onto the green if their skirts are a fraction higher than 15 inches from the ground. And I've seen with my own eyes vigilant guardians of these matters whip out a tape measure and inspect a questionable skirt. Nothing disconcerting must occur here, I was told by a lady in charge. She might well have been talking about Australia. The West End pub in Balmain, Sydney, a typical ochre fortress, where the likes of lady bowlers dare not enter, and some of the customers will do everything short of unzipping their flies to show what Fenningham blokes they are. I asked the publican, Frank Savage, if the Barry Mackenzie films about the celebrated Earl's Court slob were fair to ochres.
What is true and what is untrue about that?
Well, I think that's surely extreme, isn't it? It's been made extreme to make it a seller. It's a film, and you're selling it to the public, and it's been stretched. There's the other end of the stick where you've got a very quiet little gentle Australian that doesn't say boo, and in the middle is the mass. I think one thing Australia has got, and it always will have, hopefully, is that great middle mass. And I think this is probably sets it aside from every other country that I've certainly been to. Is that there's a bulk of humanity stuck in between the low 10 and the high 10, and that 80% is a very good thing.
The great middle mass, as Frank Savage calls them, are subjected to more media manipulation than will be tolerated in many countries. The Australian media, especially television and advertising, are so contemptuous of their audience that the manipulation is usually obvious and crude. All the way from Buck Off Bill to a remarkable piece of McCarthyite propaganda that went out as a TV commercial in 1974 in an attempt to smear the new Labour government as communist. It says much for Australian society that the smear backfired and, in fact, helped to re-elect the government.
I'm Mrs. Hedla. I come originally from Estonia, a Baltic state. I escaped about 30 years ago when the Russians took over my country for the second time. I have lived enough under communist regime, so I left and came to Australia. My husband and I worked very hard, and we did well. Then about 60 months ago, the Labour Party gained the power, and I thought, so, it's still a free country. But now I can see how wrong I was. Today I can see that the Labour is disguised socialist, but for me it's disguised communist.
Vote against Labour this election. It may be your last chance to win.
Now, what you were saying in that, John, is that Gough Whitlam and his Labour Party were communists. That's pretty strong.
That was Mrs. Eadler's opinion.
Well, that's what the ad was saying.
I've never disagreed with that. Insofar as the Labour Party has in its platform a stated objective the socialisation of industry, production, distribution and exchange. In other words, government control and or ownership of all those things.
Would you say Gough Whitlam was a communist?
No, I wouldn't, because there are laws of libel that prevent me saying that.
Although they reject obvious extremes in propaganda, most Australians succumb easily to wholesale manipulation by the press. A prime example was the recent vendetta by newspaper proprietor Rupert Murdoch against Prime Minister Gough Whitlam. This is the newsroom of the Melbourne Age, one of the few good major newspapers in Australia. The Australian press, television and radio are largely owned by just three families: Murdoch of Adelaide and Sydney, Fairfax and Packer of Sydney. Media censorship in Australia is insidious, and there's probably more censorship by the press than in any Western country. In politics, for example, the heads of the three families support or oppose national politicians rather like godfathers, although of course they would prefer the title of kingmakers. The most powerful godfather was the late Frank Packer, whom I worked for as a reporter and sub-editor. Packer was an ex-boxer, the last of the wild men of Sydney, and it was largely his support for Sir Robert Menzies that kept Menzies in power for so long. Packer, of course, got his knighthood. But the most powerful man in the Australian press is undoubtedly Rupert Murdoch. Before the 1972 election, Murdoch decided that Gough Whitlam of the Labour Party was his man, and he phoned the then Liberal Prime Minister, Billy McMahon, to tell him he was dropping him. But once in office, Whitlam refused to follow the Murdoch line, whatever that was, and he too was dropped. In the election campaign last December, journalists on 3 of Murdoch's newspapers went on strike because of the way their stories were being rewritten and distorted to show an anti-Whitlam bias. Whitlam was slaughtered at the polls for a number of reasons, but no one doubted that the press in Australia had won again. The Governor-General, Sir John Kerr, had been Whitlam's own choice, partly because, as Whitlam told me, he had the look of Victorian respectability, which some Australians much admire. Whitlam was overthrown in a classically bloodless coup d'etat led by Kerr, who invoked archaic constitutional powers that had never been used. It is said that Fraser, then the opposition leader, engineered the coup by helping to persuade Kerr to use his viceregal powers to dismiss the Prime Minister.
The proclamation which you have just heard read by the Governor-General's official secretary was countersigned Malcolm Fraser. Who will undoubtedly go down in Australian history from Remembrance Day 1975 as Kerr's Kerr.
The Governor-General's action shocked many Australians into realising that their country was still a British colony, or rather a banana monarchy, where democracy could be turned on and off at the request of a very powerful and rich establishment. For Malcolm Fraser, millionaire landowner and now suddenly Prime Minister, power had been returned to its rightful owners.
It's true enough that there may be reserved powers of the Crown, but they didn't matter because nobody had ever exercised them. Now that they've been exercised, obviously people will want to get rid of them. There is a big surge of support in Australia for Australia to become a republic. I would hope that this doesn't mean that Australia would renounce membership of the Commonwealth or dispute the position of the Queen as head of the Commonwealth. But young people and migrants, who constitute a very large percentage of the Australian population, are now more than ever keen to have Australia become a republic. We can't have the situation where a stand-in for the Queen, a viceroy, can do things the Queen herself would never do.
When you won in 72, a euphoria swept over a lot of Australians. Do you believe there was any real justification for their feeling that a new age was beginning in Australia?
We brought new opportunities for Australians, whatever they did, wherever they lived. Obviously, in areas like education, where we made it possible for people to have a complete tertiary education without paying any fees, where we made it possible for people at last to get hospital treatment without payment, where we made it possible for Australians to share in the development of their resources, to see that these didn't go into foreign hands. Australia did come of age. She got into this century. She showed that she had an identity, that Australians could, in fact, make a contribution instead of just depending on their past or their distant friends and associates. Well, no, those 3 years that we were in will be a landmark, a watershed in Australian history.
The Whitlam years also meant the end of war and of shame and anger for many of us. Australia's young men have usually died fighting somebody else's war, and in Vietnam they fought their Asian neighbours, with whom they had no quarrel, until Whitlam told Nixon to go to hell and brought the boys home, perhaps forever. He also forced the French to suspend nuclear testing in the Pacific, and he buried the White Australia policy. In the Australia I remember, able and thinking men either left the country or stumbled about with a mob trying not to appear too clever. Whitlam has paid the price for being too clever. Manly beats Sydney, home of Frank Hardy, Australia's best-selling novelist and one of its finest radical political writers.
Frank, for me, coming back at Australia looks pretty much the same. Same beach life. Nothing seems to have changed much. Is this calm a right impression or not?
Well, there are those who think the great Australian apathy will prevail, as it is here today amongst these few people lounging on Manly Beach, which I was doing this morning. A lot of people don't think it will prevail, and I'm one of those. November the 11th to December the 13th changed something in this country, and I don't think there's any way we can go back.
That's the day Whitlam was fired.
Yeah, when the coup, as is often called here, took place. Now, whatever the legalities of that were, there are perhaps 20 or 25% of the community think it was illegal and were extremely angry. Whitlam told them on the steps of Parliament House, on the television, keep your rage up. Well, some of them have. Gough hasn't, but many others have. And I think that not only will apathy not prevail, but a situation that began on November the 11th will now continue with this confrontation with the unions that Fraser's deliberately bringing about, and the dismantling of the welfare state social program. And there are, I would say, roughly 20% of the community is prepared to fight on this.
You mentioned 20% of Australians, but what about the rest? Well, how do you think they might react when all this begins to happen?
Well, the middle-class backlash against Whitlam brought Fraser into power, and the appalling thing about November the 11th is this. Had there been an actual army coup, instead of a peaceful coup of the Governor-General and Kerr's Kerr, the middle class would have supported it. They wouldn't have turned a hair. All they wanted was to get Whitlam out, to get back to prosperity, to get back to tax dodges, to the comfort, to end inflation, curb the unions. They supported that coup, and in my opinion, the Labor Party, as a political force in Australia, is finished for at least 10 years.
Frank Hardy and those like him will keep their rage up, but it's a melancholy rage, barely noticed amidst the good ochre life. The surf, the pubs, the oysters, the coldies, the beetroot sandies, the Queen's reassuring face everywhere, and the endless anaesthetic chirping of commercial radio.
Time on Fantastic CW, now to 6:41. Don't you really feel like falling through the floor when you get back from lunch? She says...
Oh, guess you had garlic for lunch.
Well, that was before double mint stick gum from Wrigley. If you're out of work at the moment, this is a great opportunity. You can become an owner-driver with all-purpose messengers. Ring 699-4151. And your Ford dealer is the one. And your Ford dealer with a difference is...
You may be worried about the treatment of poms. First, an explanation of the term pom. Pom is derived from pomegranate,
a reddish, spotty fruit. Australians regard newly arrived English people as reddish and spotty. And if you're called a pommy bastard or a pommy shithead, you shouldn't be worried, because as Australians will tell you, incessantly and unconvincingly, it's really a term of affection. And you'll notice that there are places called Croydon, Liverpool and Balmoral. And you will notice that every town clerk seems to have an imperial gong, and the Queen's face is almost everywhere, and the Queen's Viceroy, a Governor-General, has the power to dismiss the elected Prime Minister of Australia, which he did last November. And there are private schools called public schools, just as in England. Indeed, the headmaster of Sydney's Eton, the King's School, put it this way. My chaps, he said, are not like the older generation. They don't worship Britain and royalty. They identify with Prince Charles. Prince Charles?
When Prince Charles comes to Australia again, he should savour the devotion at the Returned Soldiers League and Alice Springs. For the mighty RSL are the true keepers of Australia's imperial patriotism, the seekers of reds under its bed, and the consumers of much of its beer. The search for a true Australian identity is difficult, partly because one ingrained image of Australians is that of loyal, tough Anzacs, institutionalised in a military orgy called Anzac Day, our only effective national day. In spite of its lost cause in Vietnam, the RSL remains one of the most powerful forces in Australian life.
Even several years ago, here in Australia, some powers that be decided to change our national anthem. The RSL in Australia refused to do so. We still kept God Save the Queen. And I think this is some indication as what the RSL means with reference to our realm.
Yeah. How do you feel, John? Do you feel that people in this country would still go to Europe to fight for Britain in a war?
Be nowhere at all there. See, I was unfortunate. I only went into national service in 1956. And I didn't leave Australia, but I would have gone to be nowhere about at any time whatsoever it was called.
Let me ask Carl, do you believe the RSL felt the same passion for the war in Vietnam?
I think so, John, but to a lesser extent in some regions, because they brought in national service again. And there were a lot of young fellows that objected to being drafted.
Also, there's a lot of mateship within Australians, and, you know, if the mate joins, well, I'm going too, sort of thing. And I think that's why you get such a big percentage of the young people who want to go and fight when there's a war on and that sort of thing.
The motto, of course, is it's always been in my mind. All these years, it's the motto of the RSL. You must have eternal vigilance to have freedom.
Francisco Boki, Alfred Benavia, Melita Benavia, Delia Bondo, and Heriberto Cabrera.
In spite of the RSL, Buck Off Bill and the rest, there is a new Australia on the way, with a different accent, a different outlook, and above all a vitality and an energy that may one day take over from the boredom and scepticism of the ochre, and perhaps make of this country what the immigrants made of America.
Will you repeat, say the word I, and then your own name in full? I. Renouncing all other allegiance. Come on. Swear by Almighty God. That I'll be faithful. And bear true allegiance. To Her Majesty. Elizabeth II. Queen of Australia. Her heirs and successors. According to law. I will faithfully observe the laws of Australia and fulfil my duties as an Australian citizen. Thank you. You're now all Australians.
I remember that the ceremony, and when we reached the point that I had to swear lines to the Queen, Her Majesty the Queen, I said the words, but in my heart, I didn't even regard the Queen as the head of Australia, because I never knew the Queen as the head of any other country than England. So being an Italian migrant, the Queen had nothing to do with me. But if it was, for instance, the Queen of Australia or the King of Australia, I would swear lines to the Queen or the King of Australia. That was my attitude in my mind. at that time, and my part.
Congratulations, how much pounds it is? Melita, congratulations, and how much pounds it is?
Thank you very much.
Celia, congratulations, and how much pounds it is?
Thank you.
Where do you come from?
I'm from the Philippines.
Oh, the Philippines, eh?
When I become an Australian citizen, you see, in that particular night, I cry because I have to renounce to everything. My commission, my pension, my friends, and I notice also that with a lot of migrants in here, they say, yes, it's the time not to sit in two chairs. You see, therefore, let's face the situation, because who are the Australians? The Aboriginals? They are the only ones.
The man who wrote Australia's first racial and ethnic discrimination laws is himself of Spanish, Chilean and Irish descent. He was Immigration Minister under Whitlam and is now Community Relations Commissioner.
Mr. Grasby, Australia's had the kind of mass immigration that America had around the turn of the century. What stage is the Australian melting pot at now? Could you describe it?
Well, Australians these days are the newest people in the world, because 1 Australian in 3 is a product of post-war migration, and shortly half the population will be under 25. So if those people who were alive in Australia at the time of World War II are now in a minority. So demographically, we have, I suppose, the most vivid revolution in demographic terms of any country outside of Israel. You can see that if you look at the composition of the workforce. In factory terms, the factory worker, the man at the bench, the blue-collar working class, 6 out of 10 were born outside Australia. So the new working class are the new people, the new wave people who have settled. And if you make comparisons, say, with the United States, and I suppose most people around the world think of New York as a very cosmopolitan city, but only 19% of the people of New York were born outside the United States. In Sydney, 25% were born outside Australia. In Melbourne, 30% were born outside Australia. So those cities are far more cosmopolitan than New York City in 1976.
This is Sydney. Since I lived here, it's become one of the largest Italian, Greek, Yugoslav, Dutch, German, Polish, Lebanese and Malaysian communities in the world. There are problems, of course, as each group struggles for a place in the heap, or at least for the average wage of £100 a week. But there is little of the agony of the American melting pot, and the first generation don't say, as they say in America, I am Greek, or I am Italian. They say, often with a pride that confuses the rest of us, I am Australian.
One problem wrong with this country is that we imported too many English people to start with, and then too many Europeans, whereas this country really geographically is located in Asia. We should have been taking Asians for many years, and under Whitlam we started to think about taking more, but hang on, but if we've been taking them for 20 years, imagine how different this country would be. Now, if you had an integrated European-Asian community here, Australia wouldn't be the mindless, banal society that it is.
You've got to be
We're trying to preserve the best things of Britain and the best things of America in this place that's so far away from those two countries is ridiculous.
The nice thing about being a second-rate country or third-rate is that you can learn by other people's mistakes. I mean, we've learned about things like expressways. You know, you don't want expressways. Basically, they're bad. And so, you know, we don't have to be world leaders. And so we should benefit by the mistakes they've made.
Should be in the vanguard, in fact.
We don't have to be out the policemen of the world. We don't have to be setting examples for other countries to follow and all that sort of thing.
I mean, does that automatically say third rate?
I don't mean
third rate means third rung, you know.
Yeah, third echelon.
Well, what do you mean then?
Look, Americans' attitude to this country was it's like taking candy away from kids. You know, it used to be the easiest country in the world to rip off. In Japan, you know, the Japanese government insisted on 55% equity. But Australia, no, come on, boys, you know, the full, 18th century approach. Anything is okay. And, you know, the Whitlam
because
thing
obedient dumbbells were running things. That's
yeah,
why.
But the Americans laughed at us. Under Whitlam, they had to send a decent ambassador to this country because suddenly this country had a government that was
It entered the world's consciousness when Whitlam came to power. For the first time.
Sure. Australia at the moment is a country that's not that old, not that big. We should be a bigger country, but fortunately we haven't been forced into it. I mean, physically in numbers, we should be a bigger country. And that way, you'll get a bigger mind. The more people you get, the more broad the scope will be of the approach of the people in the country. But this is a pretty good joint. I like Australia.
Class in Australia is rather subtle and interesting. The egalitarianism applies, I suppose, to the middle class. And there are three groups in the middle class. There's a lower middle class, middle class, and upper middle class. Australians don't like to call themselves working class. That has a rather unfortunate overtones, and it's a very POM way of describing people who work. Most Australians imagine themselves to be middle class. And this is Rose Bay we're in now, which is a pretty expensive suburb of Sydney. And if you own a house in Rose Bay, then you would be considered, I suppose, upper middle class. You've reached the top of the tree. But respectability is bought in Australia, and respectability is the ticket into the upper middle class.
I don't know. Look at that, 56 and 4.
Only in Australia can respectability, your position in society, be won and lost on a gamble. This is Flemington Racecourse in Melbourne, Australia's Ascot. Billy Graham once described Melbourne as the most moral city on earth. He overlooked the fact that Melbourne probably has more rackets than the biggest mafia this side of Chicago. But Melbourne does have pretensions of being moral. Its anglicised and titled gentlemen, sometimes called dingalings, belong to an Edwardian club, and its ladies run functions for the needy, otherwise known as bludgers. Incidentally, the difference between British and Australian dingalings is that in Australia a person of title and wealth is considered an important man, but never a better man.
With Cyril's choice over the whip. About 200 to go. The outside horse red front, I reckon. The Ranker in the lead here over Lord Darby. Confier racing cleanly after them. Cyril's choice from here in front. The Ranker in the lead in the closing start. Over Confier and Lord Darby. And the Ranker going home with the Ranker scores from Confier. Third home is Lord Darby and fourth Cyril's choice. All down the grandstand side. Behind them, Van Dyke, Bermuda and Tripper Star. And away at
This is Parliament House, Canberra, where politicians nicknamed drones and characters run our banana monarchy. And here I am talking with our new Prime Minister, the millionaire sheep farmer, the Honourable Malcolm Fraser.
Do you think the Australian electorate, when they gave you that huge majority, were really voting for the good old days, the good old quiet days before Whitlam?
Well, you never go back. You're always moving forward, and a country of people, I don't think they can really look to the past. A number of the principles that we'd want to apply in relation to people are constant in the philosophy of my party. But the policies you need to apply those principles as we approach the 1980s are quite different from the policies that were appropriate in the 1950s. There's no going back. The world's changed. We had the 3 Whitlam years, and as I would regard it, the scars of that time can't be altered just by looking to the past.
One of the first things you did was to restore God Save the Queen and knighthoods. It probably puzzles people in Britain why a young, independent-minded country like Australia should bother with such imperial trivia and trappings.
Oh, it's not a question of clinging. And restored God Save the Queen, that's part of the story. We also recognise the need for a national song for purely Australian occasions. When Australian athletes win at the Olympic Games, something that is recognised as Australian needs to be played. And we've established procedures which will enable, we hope, something which has the general support of the Australian community to emerge over not too long a time in the future. Imperial honours will run side by side with Australian honours, and we're working now on the approach to that, the way this will operate. A country's past is important to it. To cut off everything that's happened, to cut off your traditions, makes no sense at all, because this is one of the things that leads to stability.
Alice Springs. I keep coming back to the Alice because I somehow feel it's closer to the soul of Australia, the great wilderness, than the retreating red roofs of Sydney and Melbourne. And the Alice is often a microcosm. Here, almost to a man, they voted out the nationalist dream of Whitlam and voted in Fraser, the landowner with an English butler. And in the Alice, as in suburbia, you can watch the newly arrived Greeks and Italians and the tourists cruising up and down the wide streets looking for the centre of life. They never find it, of course. And it's said here that when they finally stop looking and couldn't care less, they've become Australians. And here are some tourists who have come thousands of miles to the very centre of Australia, only to be told the same old lies about the outback and its first inhabitants.
Everybody's in a nice tie through. I think an explanation of the complete myth of the Australian returning boomerang would possibly be in order. There's 3 types of boomerangs used in Central Australia, of which the returning boomerang was never seen until the coming of European or white man. So if everybody feels fit and active, and you've got shares in Kodak, you can go click, give Mr. Kodak 20 cents, and we'll show you how to use a boomerang.
Everybody get ready to duck.
No, you won't get enough velocity to worry us, I don't think. Fairly hard snap. No, not hard enough.
I told you.
They're not the easiest things to play with.
What kind of game was the boomerang used to hunt when it...
Any light bird, but normally over water.
Yeah.
Because then if they did hit, they went for both their weapon and the bird. But it was very, very rarely used. Possibly, I suppose, 10% of its life was ever used for that. 10% of its life was ever used, on that particular thing.
But was it not used for hunting kangaroos?
No, too light. Even when they were made by the Aborigines, they were too light.
Now, how can you possibly aim at a bird, a thing like that?
You can't, this is it. It's got to go over a flock.
I see.
If you throw into a flock, occasionally, you'll hit a bird. And that's why it was never used. It wasn't a weapon, really, as such. You heard about the Aborigine who went crazy, he bought a new boomerang, went mad, trying to throw his other one away?
When I flew into Alice Springs the other day, the town was cut off by floodwaters. Hundreds of Aboriginal people, the first Australians, were marooned in their squalid camps, without food or dry clothing or even a roof over their heads. An appeal was broadcast over Alice Springs radio for food and blankets. And on that day, there were just 9 responses. 9 out of a population of 13,000. The Central Australian Aboriginal Congress did a survey recently and found that between 70 and 80% of young Aboriginal children living in the Northern Territory suffered from malnutrition, partial blindness, ear and mouth infection, dysentery, and other preventable diseases. That could be a statistic from Africa or India, but it's not. It's from lucky Australia.
In the heart of Australia, it's 21 after 5. And due to the recent wet conditions here in the Alice, the Aboriginal Health Centre down in Hartley Street still requires blankets, foodstuffs and children's clothing urgently. Anybody who can help, please take these items to the centre in Hartley Street. So if you have some spare blankets, foodstuffs or children's clothing that you can help out with, please drop them into the Aboriginal Health Centre in Hartley Street.
Unlike South Africa, Australia keeps its secrets well. You don't see camps like these in Sydney. For 2 days, a child lay in one of them, heaving with bronchitis and without food, while the club members discussed the state of the green. When I wrote about that in a Sydney newspaper, the letters poured in and said I was a liar. Listen, mate, they said, that simply couldn't happen in Australia.
Just little wee eye, is there nothing today, Quay? Nothing today?
No, nothing.
No more, correct?
This is damp as hell.
Ladies leaving there.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we'll bring that car back here in a minute to pick us up and take us up there. There's plenty of food uptown, all right, and bring us back again. All right? This is a typical camp around Alice Springs, but this one's right under the nose of the Alice Springs Bowling Club and all the white people, and they see the Aborigines, but they don't see them. They're there, but they're not there.
So the city fathers and businessmen and all those people, they belong to that club.
They belong to that club. And not only Alice Springs, but Australian society is bowling over there. And some of these kids don't have haven't had anything to eat for 3 or 4 days. Everybody's wet here, and they've had these tents here. And if we didn't give them the tents from the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress, they'd have nothing. They're spoiling the view. They don't want them around the place.
Yeah.
They want them out of sight and out of mind, you know.
Yeah.
They don't care where they go,
Well,
so long as they get out of here. Well, they just got nowhere else to go but down the creek. But they come from the creek.
The creek's full of water.
The creek's full of water, so what they're going to do is they're going to just stay here and just go down to another spare block, you know, get it booted from one block to another.
A few Aborigines, like their nationally respected leader, Charlie Perkins, are able to make it. Unlike the indigenous people of South Africa, who are the majority, the Aborigines, of whom there are only a few thousand, have little hope. Overlooking Botany Bay, where the first Ockers landed, is this migrant hostel named after Captain Cook's ship. And here lies the new paradox of Australia. Since I left, nothing good has happened to the Aborigines, and yet there's an indefinable hope, almost an excitement here. In these modern caring hostels, a far cry from the old Nissen huts, are no longer faces from the squalor and despair of Britain's slums, but faces from elsewhere. Without crisis, Australia is very slowly beginning to turn brown, and I wonder if the Ockers and the Dingalings are aware of this, or maybe they are, and like good Australians, either they couldn't care less, or they'll just give them a fair go. Well, is Australia something special? Or is it just asleep on the beach and watching old movies on its terrible television? You see, there's always some truth to national myth, and for all their craving for respectability, Australians probably feel equality more than most peoples. And for some reason, perhaps even modesty, Australians have never boasted about how they have quietly and skillfully integrated an incredible mosaic of people. Turks, Greeks, Arabs, Jews, Filipinos, Poles and Poms. The exception of the Aborigines, the first Australians, whose treatment you have seen. There's a hidden problem to the lucky country. The empire is dead, and the world these days is naughty and nasty. And just as that other European outpost, South Africa, will soon be forced to come to terms with the world around it, so Australia will have to come to terms with its world, Asia, which at the moment most Australians regard as one big duty-free shop on the way to London. My guess is that the days of innocence are drawing to an end for Australia. Maybe not for this generation, but I wonder will a confident and developed Asia accept on equal terms an isolated Australia, still clinging pathetically to God Save the Queen and the Queen's top-hatted viceroy, an Australia owned by foreigners and run by third-rate businessmen and wet-nursed by America. But perhaps I'm being much too serious. Ask any Australian what he thinks about the future, and he'll utter those magic words, "She'll be right, mate." I hope so, mate.
People are interested first in themselves, then their family, their neighbours, their street, their suburb, and they've never heard of Timor.
After all, it's the only country in the world where two dear friends and old friends will call each other old bastards.
I don't want to be more Australian than Ned Kelly.
His contribution to women's liberation isn't about the stage where he might consider giving us the vote.
I won't say some of my best friends are Proms, it sounds ridiculous, but they are.
In the programme which follows, reporter John Pilger expresses a personal view.
America is truly God's own country. The natural bounty that pours from this land is almost too great to comprehend. America controls half of all the world's wheat, 2/3 of all cereal foods, 95% of all soybeans. That's why President Harry Truman called America the breadbasket of the world. And indeed, she has been the most generous in the world. That spirit is now changing in Washington, the Washington of Dr. Henry Kissinger. A member of Dr. Kissinger's staff has said publicly, "To give food aid to countries just because they are starving is a pretty weak reason." In every major deal Dr. Kissinger has done in recent years, food has been a decisive factor. For agreeing to détente, Russia got American food. For signing a Middle East peace agreement, Egypt got American food. For prolonging the war in Vietnam, the generals of Saigon got American food, which they sold to buy arms. In the last few years, the world has been much obsessed with the oil weapon. But as the following half hour will show, there is a new, more powerful weapon, food. And this one is lethal. In the breadbasket of the world, the average American eats almost a ton of grain every year. In the hungry world, which is most of humanity, the average person eats less than 1/5 of this amount, and that's barely enough to survive. 4 million Americans belong to weight-watching organizations, and in the United States, obesity is now officially listed as a cause of death. In Britain, we don't eat quite as much, but like the Americans, we feed most of our grain to meat-producing animals, grain that would feed some 20 million hungry people. In effect, we choose to feed animals rather than people. People starve to death for a number of reasons. The least understood reason is the denial of food for motives of politics and profit. For example, last April, in a federal court in New Orleans, 2 of the largest American food companies were found guilty of shipping deliberately short-weighted grain to poor countries. Grain which had been paid for in precious hard currency and had earned the companies a fat profit of $1.75 million. The companies were given the maximum fine of just $500,000. And these are only some of 65 criminal indictments outstanding against American food companies. Of course, starving countries can buy American grain, if they can afford it. But since 1971, the American Secretary of Agriculture, Dr. Earl Butz, has evolved a policy to guarantee high food prices in order to please the powerful farmers' lobby. Under this policy, the price of American grain can be kept artificially high in world markets, American farmers can prosper, and the food companies can speculate. And Dr. Butz can have what he calls agri-power. And while many people have died, Secretary of Agriculture Butz has refused to recognize any international agreement to hold back the price of food.
I'm not very sympathetic with the food needs of a nation where their governments and their leaders are constantly demeaning the United States, are aligning themselves with the Soviets, are condemning us for being international imperialists and that kind of thing. I don't think we are. I think our record clearly demonstrates we're not.
Mr. Secretary, what do you mean by agri-power?
Agri-power is a concept that we have developed here in connection with food power. I think it's one of the great sources of strength in the days ahead. In the world today, we have 2 major power types. We have petropower and agri-power. With the zooming population of the world that's going to increase 80% in the next 25 years, food is bound to move to the front burner. It's going to be one of the most important things we face. How do we feed 80% more people than we have today? That's what I mean by agri-power. I think we in the United States have agri-power. We have the world's major breadbasket. We are the world's major source of feed grains and food grains that move in international channels. Last year, over half the grains that moved in international trade originated from the United States. We have that agri-power right here.
This is the Center of Concern, a respected Washington organization which monitors U.S. food policy. Peter Henrio is a director.
If I have something that you need, I have a certain power over you. The United States and Canada, our northern neighbor, presently control some 80% of the food that is in international markets. We're the breadbasket of the world in many, many ways. And that means that we have power. That means that things that we want to see done in the world, we have a good, strong arguing point when we say, we have food, you need food, we have certain things we'd like to see done. Will you do them?
Politically done, of course.
Politically done.
Yes. Well, now, give us some examples of that. How is this terrific power of American food used for political aims?
I think one of the clearest things that we've had in recent years, and something that came home as quite a shock to people in the United States, was the way the United States in the early part of the 70s, so 71, 72, 73, 74, how the food that we were distributing to a hungry world actually was being used for political purposes. We have a piece of legislation in this country called Public Law 480, PL 480. And under it, we basically share with the rest of the world food. But in the early 1970s, it was discovered by the American public that the major amount of food that was being distributed under PL 480 was going to South Vietnam, Cambodia, Chile, and a couple of the Arab oil states. Basically, we were using food to shore up, to support, to win the favor of nations that politically were very important to us. I think that this came as something of a shock. For instance, in the fiscal year 1974, the United States distributed some almost 50% of the food that it sells on sort of low interest rates under PL 480 went to Cambodia and Vietnam. Went under situations which, as a matter of fact, were military aid. It was not humanitarian aid. Surely it helped hungry people, but it was not primarily guided for a humanitarian reason, but for a military reason, a political reason, and that's agri-power.
Dr. Henry Kissinger has stated categorically that the vast majority of American food aid is for humanitarian purposes. This is not true. In 1974, the General Accounting Office in Washington found that most American food aid did not go to starving countries, and that a very large amount went to regimes that were politically acceptable to Washington and to Dr. Kissinger. A prime example of this is Chile. One of the weapons that brought down the democratically elected Allende government in Chile was food. On Dr. Kissinger's orders, most American food aid to Chile was cut off, and hunger and disorder followed, leading to a military takeover which brought Chile back into the Washington fold. And of course, once the generals and admirals were in power, Chile got its food back. Not far from Dr. Kissinger's office in the State Department is the so-called Zap office, which monitors the voting of countries in the United Nations. If certain small and poor countries, which are dependent on American food aid, vote against the policies of the United States, they are zapped, which means simply that their food aid agreements can be suspended. And of course, many of their people will go hungry, and some of them may die.
In many cases, the need for food aid diminished. After all, we just have a limited amount of food aid. The Congress appropriates this year about $1.3 billion, including ocean transportation. That means we have about $1 billion worth of food aid, and there's always more demand for that than we have aid available. And we've got to decide here on where the top priorities are, where it goes. And again, I'll state very frankly that my own personal opinion is if we get a government or get a country that is openly anti-American, if they run counter to our policies, if they criticize us, if they make speeches about the great imperialism in this country and that type of thing, I'm not very sympathetic to that kind of country. And I think the American people increasingly are not sympathetic to that kind of treatment. I think you've seen that in our representation in the United Nations, for example, with Pat Moynihan there, where Pat was very outspoken, with the full concurrence and support of the President, and I may say the full support of the people of the United States, that we simply refuse to lie down and be kicked around without standing up. And I think that any country that gets kicked around the way some of these countries try to kick the United States around would not have a continuing flow of aid to those countries.
With respect, Mr. Secretary, How can a small, poor, hungry country kick around the wealthiest and most powerful nation on earth?
They have the same vote in the United States, in the United Nations, that Great Britain has or the United States has. Some of those countries don't have half the gross national product that London has, and yet they'll vote just the same vote that Great Britain has or the United States has.
Are these the countries on the so-called Zap list?
I'm not familiar with the Zap list, so I don't know what that is.
But surely, Mr. Secretary, everybody in Washington knows about the Zap office. We've been told many times about it.
I'm not familiar with it.
Let's see.
But a Zap office does exist. Or perhaps Dr. Butts knows it by its bland official title, the Office of Multilateral Diplomacy. The existence of the Zap office was admitted publicly last March by a senior State Department official, John A. Baker. Its function is not to zap automatically the food aid agreement with a country opposed to American policies, but to play a cat-and-mouse game. As Dr. Kissinger himself has said, should any country engage in a continuous pattern of hostility to the U.S. at the United Nations, such a prolonged pattern would definitely be a heavy factor in considering our bilateral relations with that country, particularly in determining the appropriate levels of assistance. I asked Peter Henriot what he knew about a list of Zap countries.
It's not a publicly revealed kind of list, but I think we can be, at least in terms of the policy, several of the African countries that have consistently joined in that solidarity of the Third World bloc against the United States, and are countries that, as a matter of fact, are dependent upon some humanitarian assistance, some PL-480 assistance from the United States. So we're talking about the sub-Saharan states, the Sahelian states.
Countries like Sierra Leone, which doesn't give support to the United States and indeed gets virtually no food.
Gets virtually no food, votes against us in many ways, and yet is a nation that has a great deal of need, as opposed to some classic examples in terms of the Southeast Asian states that we were militarily involved in supporting, the South Vietnam, Cambodia. Now, some people, and many people in the United States, I think a good deal of general public would say, well, that's not manipulations, that's just realistic use of something we have. The Arabs use oil power, to advance there. Why can't we use food power? I at least would say, from some kind of an ethical, humanitarian point of view, that food and oil are two different commodities. One relates to basic survival and the right to survival. Another relates to survival in a more general way and a lot of the superfluities of life. But I don't think you can treat food in the same category that you can treat oil.
We can do without oil, but not without food, perhaps.
We can do without oil with difficulty. We can do without food not at all. The scripture says man lives not by bread alone, but he doesn't live very far without bread.
Up to 1974, the U.S. government had paid American farmers $3 billion not to plant millions of acres of cereal crops. This kept the world price inflated, and as a result, the food that was available was beyond the reach of those countries on the Zap list, like Chile, and countries like Bangladesh that were considered strategically expendable and had no reserves of hard currency. Hunger, said President Harry Truman, is fostered not by scarcity, but by greed. Lester R. Brown is a leading Washington economist and president of the World Watch Institute.
The dependence on North American food is increasing rapidly, and it's not only poor countries or small countries, it's countries everywhere. The U.S. Department of Agriculture publishes trade data, agricultural trade data, for some 115 countries now. Of that 115 countries, one can count on the fingers of one hand the important exporters remaining. Over the past 20 years or so, there have been literally scores of new food importing countries to emerge in the world. There has not been a single new exporting country of any significance in global terms. This has been entirely a one-way street. Not only the number of food importing countries increased, but the degree of dependence has increased. There are now close to a dozen countries in the world that import more than half of their total food supply, and that list is getting longer. Not only are poor countries, which lack purchasing power, affected when food becomes scarce and when prices rise, but large countries such as the Soviet Union are affected. Interestingly, for the past 2 years, per capita grain use in the Soviet Union has moved above that in the United States. Not because the Soviets are that well fed, but because of the enormous inefficiencies in the Soviet system. When the Soviet Union has a poor crop, its food deficit is so large that there is no other country or combination of countries in the world that can respond to it other than the United States. This leads to a very interesting political scenario, which is that not only do countries everywhere have a vested interest in avoiding a Soviet nuclear attack on the United States, but the Soviet Union itself does. One would at least have to credit the Soviets with being intelligent enough not to bite the hand that feeds them. And it is the United States that's feeding the Soviet Union today.
I saw a cartoon a few months ago in the New Yorker or somewhere, and it showed a Soviet classroom, and it showed the Soviet school teacher with a long pointer pointing to a map and saying, you know, here, children, is the breadbasket of Mother Russia. And it was pointing to Iowa in the United States, the breadbasket of Mother Russia, because the Soviet Union has become very dependent upon its ability to enter into the international markets and purchase immense amounts of grains, purchased from the United States. Well, that puts a very interesting twist upon all the arguments about détente.
Mr. Butts, you have said, and I quote, "Food is a weapon. It is now one of the principal negotiating tools in our kit." I'm wondering what you meant by that.
It can be one of the principal diplomatic tools. I didn't say negotiating tools. I think diplomatic tools. We did indeed use it last summer when we interrupted sales to the Soviets, for example, for a 3-month period. Out of this, we got a long-term agreement on Soviet purchases. They have obligated themselves to purchase a minimum of 6 million tons of wheat and corn, even in their years of good production, and may buy up to 8 million tons in any year with no questions asked. If we have it beyond that, and it's available to sell to them, we'll sell it. We have, this was the use of agri-power, I think, to achieve a desired end. I think we have to be careful that we don't make our farmers pawns on the chessboard of our State Department or the Department of Foreign Affairs, External Affairs, as you might say in Great Britain. On the other hand, if we get some countries dependent on us for their food supplies, as is becoming increasingly true of some of the socialist nations of Eastern Europe, if they build up their livestock populations based on a continuing flow of feed grains and soybeans from this country, they don't dare do anything that jeopardizes the flow of those food grains. That's a long-term positive use of agri-power.
Perhaps the evidence presented so far might lead you to think that one nation's use of its resources as a means to a political end is simply part of the great cynical international game. The trouble with this thinking is that the game, the denial of food to hungry people, has a corrupting effect on even the most powerful players, and in the long term threatens even their survival. Why? Because no matter how rich or poor, obese or starving, we are all of us in the same troubled sea, as Peter Henriot now explains.
A few nations are on a lifeboat, and there's a lot of nations that are swimming around in the water, and they want to get on our lifeboat. But as in a shipwreck, if you let all the survivors get on just the one lifeboat that's able to be making it, then that lifeboat sinks and we all go down. And so therefore you have to shove some people off. That's the only humane thing to do in order to ensure that some survive. The lifeboat analogy, Professor Garrett Hardin has used this analogy, says the rich nations, the industrialized nations, in order to be truly humane, are going to have to let other nations be expendable. But what it doesn't ask is, how did we get in the lifeboat? Why isn't there more room in our lifeboat? Maybe we should throw off some of the golf clubs and some of the stereo sets and some of the big refrigerators that are in this lifeboat in order to let some more human beings in it. Number one, it doesn't say, it says these people are just swimming around there in the water, the poor nations. No, they've got little rafts of their own. And given a better chance, their little rafts might not be as big as our big lifeboat, but they'd make it. But number two, we've built our lifeboat out of some of the logs from their little rafts. And number three, we need some of those logs to keep afloat. And number four, our lifeboat is very inefficient. It's got a lot of junk in it. Number 5, if their little lifeboats, their little rafts, begin capsizing, it'll make the water very unstable, and as a matter of fact, cause us to be unstable. Another sort of a thing is they're swimming around there. They don't want to necessarily get into our lifeboat, everybody be equal. They at least want to have enough of a raft to be able to survive.
You may remember this horrifying film from Bangladesh, which I showed last year. I show it again because, good harvest or bad, the situation will never really change in Bangladesh and in countries like it, while they are dependent on the fickle and political charity of a great power. This dependence is an inevitable part of agri-power, which forces the poorest countries into an endless cycle of poverty. While all their foreign exchange goes on imported food, they cannot begin to develop themselves, to invest in farm technology, and to make themselves self-sufficient. Of course, in this way, poor countries are kept politically weak and ineffectual on the world stage, unlike China, for example, which is not dependent on anybody.
Human civilization is very tenuous, very fragile fabric, and it can be broken in very easy ways. And I think that one of the things that kind of holds us together and promotes us is a humanitarian response that sees brothers and sisters as equals, and we don't let little babies die while we worry whether this is diet cola or how many calories are in this potato. If we move into a political stance, a military stance, an economic stance, that as a matter of fact begins saying who lives and who dies on the basis of political, economic, and military reasons, then we're straining that very thin, tenuous, fragile fabric of civilization. I think, and to cite a British author, C.P. Snow, several years ago, was asked one time in a television interview, I think, what would be the most terrible thing that could happen in the world? That, millions would die of starvation? And he said, no, the most terrible thing that would happen is that millions would die of starvation, and we'd watch them die on colored television. He didn't say the next point, but I say it. That's because we die too. Because what kind of a world does it mean to live in that we maintain our present standards, situations, etc., by the expense of millions of dying? We're not alive then, in any kind of human sense.
Perhaps some of you have become immune to images of horror coming from places that seem so remote and hopeless. Indeed, if this film has attacked only your emotions, then it has failed. Because starvation is not caused by hopelessness or fatalism, but by political decisions taken by those who control most of the world's economy. For too long, the rich world, and that includes Britain, has salved its conscience with convenient myths about hunger. Myth number 1 is that the world is running out of food. In fact, 2.5 times the present cultivated land of the world is not being farmed properly or even farmed at all. Why? Because the wealthiest nations, and especially America, control and waste most of the food and do not seriously help or even allow the poor nations to develop themselves and to kick the habit of having to sift the crumbs in the so-called free markets of the West. Myth number 2 has to do with population control, which we preach endlessly. The truth is that rapid population growth will stop only when people are freed from a system that keeps them poor and powerless. The agri-power of Dr. Earl Butts is a pillar of such a system. Do the Buttses and the Kissingers have to actually see a child starve to death on colored television before they understand what kind of dangerous and pointless world they are passing on to all our children?
In the programme you've just seen, reporter John Pilger was expressing a personal view. In the programme which follows, reporter John Pilger expresses a personal view.
This was once a lake, 30 miles long and up to 100 feet deep, shimmering blue and grey from the desert sky and the mountains. This lake is now dead, dried up completely, a haunting place of saltbed and mud, with its unique fisheries and wildlife gone forever. It used to be called Lake Winnemucca, and in the words of the Indian people who lived here, it was murdered. It was murdered by the white man. What happened to Lake Winnemucca is about to happen to one of the world's last great and beautiful inland seas, which lies just a few miles from here in a long hidden basin in the state of Nevada. It's called Pyramid Lake. This film is about the death of Pyramid Lake and of the gentle Paiute people who depend on it, as if its waters were their blood. It's a story that not only tells again the plight of the American Indian. God knows the orgies of remorse and guilt the American Indian inspires seem only to cause even more frantic attempts to make him disappear. No, the story of Pyramid Lake is much more universal than that. For it tells very simply what we all achieve when we knowingly and culpably destroy the partnership between man and nature. The state of Nevada lies in the far west of America, landlocked and arid. Straddling the Nevada state line is Lake Tahoe, fed by the melting snows of the mountains that surround it. The waters of Lake Tahoe used to spill down the Truckee River and feed the uniquely beautiful lakes Winnemucca and Pyramid. But in 1905, ignoring the interests of the Indians, the government built a dam across the Truckee River to serve the few white squatters who had settled nearby. As a direct result of this, water was diverted by canal to irrigate the white squatters' farms in an area called the Newlands Project. The water that was left was not enough to save Winnemucca Lake from extinction, nor to preserve Pyramid Lake from a slow death. Pyramid Lake has belonged to the Paiute American Indians for 4,000 years, and now they themselves face the same slow death.
Our land here, straight over that way, see, part of it gone. That far the water come closer. We got fish all we want, we never get hungry. Down in this river, my father go out, hook 'em, good life. And my father take a long pole, you know, put sharp, curled up, what you call it, iron, just hook 'em down there. When you see fish swimming along back and forth, just snag 'em, quick. That's the way they kill 'em. Catch them. Now they got some kind of pole of fish in the lake all the time, not in here. No more fishing through the river. Mother cook it and cut them up and cook it with children eat. No wind like this, nice air. We sit around under a shady tree and eat all we want.
We get anything. Wild game, we eat deer, ducks, rabbits, everything. Fish. That was free to us long time ago, but now they make law against everything and shut us out.
white man take our land away from us, the best land, California, and live comfortable, build homes there, multiplying, push us away into rocky mountains, rocky place, no good place. We used to have dance going on here, buckskin work, and old people fix deer hide into shoes, moccasin shoes, fix it like that. That's all gone now. The language is gone too. Nowadays, every little kid talk English. No, they forgot the Paiute talk. Oh, the singer, no singer dead, they died, and nobody start singing. You can't hear anybody sing now. Used to be old Indians lived down that way, and early in the morning somebody come along over the hill there singing loud, happy man going along on horseback, going along singing away. We used to hear that. Nowadays nobody make noise like that. Nobody sing. Nobody don't know how to sing. You don't see 100 men walk around, old people. They're all gone, all forgotten. The singers all dead and gone.
The evidence of Pyramid Lake's imminent murder is here for everybody to see. 80 feet of water have already gone since the government's dam was built. The point of no return has almost been reached, as I'm shown by the tribe's fishery expert on a trip to the pyramid-shaped rock from which the lake takes its name. Another 80 feet will turn the lake into a useless, lifeless salt bed.
Where was the level of water before the dam was built?
Well, do you see up there in the day 1924?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say approximately 40 feet above that. There's a ridge there and another 20 or feet so.
So it was up to there. In 1924, the water was there.
Right.
And then before the dam,
it was about
late last century, it was...
About approximately another 40 feet from here.
It's almost like the disappearance of the sea, isn't it? And that's what one dam has done to Pyramid Lake.
That's correct.
At this rate of dropping, how serious is it if it goes on at this rate?
Well, if it continues on at the same rate, which is approximately 80 feet in the last, 70 years, since 1905 when Derby Dam was installed, I would imagine by the turn of the century, the fisheries would be eliminated entirely.
All the fish should be?
It would be too difficult for them to survive. The bicarbonates in the lake would be essentially too high for them.
The Pyramid Lake Reservation, like all Indian reservations, is run by the Department of the Interior in Washington, which by law is responsible for the tribe's well-being. When the department built Derby Dam, the Paiute found themselves in an incredible position. To get their water back, they had to sue the very government department responsible for looking after their interests. So the tribe went to the law and fought their way right up to the Supreme Court, which in 1972 ordered water diverted back into Pyramid Lake. But all they're still getting is this pathetic trickle, because in spite of the court's ruling, there was another catch for the Indians. The whites who use the water and operate the dam say the court's decision has nothing to do with them. So now the government must sue each one of the water users at a cost of millions of dollars and years in time. Meanwhile, as the Indians' water pours away and the case drags on and on, Pyramid Lake is dying, and one lake is already dead.
1937, I witnessed some of these chubs. They call the tui fish, the rough fish. They were on their way out. They just lined the shorelines. Some of them were already dead. Some of them were just barely moving. And some of them you could see they turning upside down. I saw this happen. And then when this finally fizzled out, the lake dried out, I believe in 1939, the waterfowl left and they headed for the Stillwater area, down below Fallon. And that's where they are. I think their northern flyway that comes in through this area, they go down there.
They headed to the area that's been irrigated at the expense of Lake Winnemucca.
Right, yeah, the expense of Lake Winnemucca and also Pyramid Lake. And that's where the ducks are now. And then they have a duck club there, which you have to join their club before you can hunt down there. But I've never hunted down there.
So the white men take the water and they take the wildlife that goes with it.
That's right, that's the way it went. And they murdered the fish, I would say. It's just a murder is what it is. Because these fish had no chance to get out. And that's why I always say Derby Dam was a murderer.
In this place, late last century, 2 decisive battles were fought between the US Army and the warriors of the Paiute tribe. The official version of what happened lauds the courage of the noble savage against, as it puts it, the superior forces of the Caucasian army. A Hollywood screenwriter could not have put it better. The truth, of course, is that the Indians have never won, and their struggle today at Pyramid Lake is just one of hundreds of battles still being fought. Battles over water rights, land rights, mineral rights, the right to survive. Some years ago, I met the son of the great Red Cloud, chief of the Sioux Nation. He showed me the words his father had spoken on the day of the final defeat of the entire Indian nation. Red Cloud was speaking on behalf of all Indians when he said with scornful irony, "Now that you've been forced to surrender, you must put aside the wisdoms of your fathers. You must lay up food and ignore the hungry. And when your house is built and your storeroom filled, you must look around for a neighbor to take advantage of and seize all he has. That's the way it is now. The way to get rich. The way of the white man." Nowhere is the extravagant waste of Pyramid Lake's water more obvious than around the town of Fallon, center of the Newlands project. Only a sixth of the white man's land has been cultivated, and much of the water diverted from Pyramid Lake has soaked into arid land and created a so-called sportsman's reserve, to which the dying lake's wildlife has fled. For all the hardship it has caused the Indians, the government's irrigation scheme has been a failure. In Nevada, a desert state, there are no water controls and water is squandered. This, the biggest ranch in the area, uses more water than any other. It belongs to Nevada State Senator Carl Dodge, who promotes the interests of the Newlands ranchers against the rights of the Indians.
So, assuming that they've been wronged, and assuming that the present public interest would best be served by leaving the water where it presently is and under its present uses, I've always felt that the proper thing to do would be to settle with the Indians by paying them in money damages, the federal government paying them in money damages. And we have a lot of precedent for that in America on different types of resources that once belonged to Indian reservations.
But by paying the money, would that still preserve their life? And I think that's their argument. They want to preserve what they already have, their culture, their identity, their lake. Money surely wouldn't buy that.
No, money won't buy that, but it's a case of balancing the interests. You know, look, I have sympathy with them and what they're trying to do, but where does the public interest really lie? That's what I think that we have to consider at this point in time, because we make a lot better use and more of a multiple use of the water within this irrigation district than I think is possible in Pyramid. We not only use it for agricultural purposes, but We have an enormous amount of recreational use: swimming, boating, water skiing, picnicking, overnight camping, and fowl hunting and that sort of thing. So the only thing we can do, as I say, is to try to recognize that if they've been wronged, generally in these situations, or specifically in the pyramid situation, they should be compensated.
How much money would you give them?
I have no idea what it would be, but I can say this, that in other settlements that have been made with Indian tribes, and there have been some very recent ones, they've run into many millions of dollars.
Today, the Washington bureaucracy, having plundered the Indians' water and then having failed to do the bidding of the highest court in the nation and get the water back, has built on the reservation a concrete, automated, $6 million fish complex which drains energy, creates pollution, and is meant to do what nature did for nothing until man intervened. When explorer John Fremont and his guide Kit Carson arrived at Pyramid Lake in January 1844, the Paiute people gave them a welcoming feast of the giant cutthroat trout which grew up to 4 feet long and swam nowhere else in the world. That unique fish died with the greed of Derby Dam. For $6 million, just 3 fish today, where there once were thousands.
Nowadays they put different kind of fish in our lake. They don't taste good. We taste it, they bring them to senior citizens dinner place, and we taste it, little tiny fishes. Don't taste good, white meat. I don't like to eat them.
So with their livelihood dying and their culture vanishing, the Indians are finally having to come round to the ways of the white man. They now eat the new breed of automated, tasteless fish which they hate, and Kentucky fried chicken. And their menfolk go to the white man's wars. In Vietnam, more Indians died proportionately than any other Americans.
All the Toby boys are mine. They were all drafted. They had to go.
What did you feel when they went off to war, fighting for their country?
Oh, well, we didn't feel anything because the older people told us not to feel bad and not to cry. If you cry, she said, they'll get killed in the war. That was the old saying.
So you didn't cry?
No, we gave them dinner and then left. They left to the old.
But a lot of them still died.
They come home and then they don't leave very long after they get home. Then my older boy died from wounds that he got in Vietnam. And he's been sick with it since he came back.
And he died?
Mm-hmm. He died lately, not long, about 2 years ago, maybe.
And did you have any other sons or
No.
who fought in the war?
Mm.
And what about your husband? He's dead too, isn't he?
Yeah, he volunteered, and they didn't want, married boys to go over, and he was young, and he wanted to see what it was about, I guess. So we made an arrangement. He could go over. I let him go over.
In the First World War?
That's my husband. He had a good experience, I guess, and he liked it. And that was the end.
He died in
France or
did he?
someplace, and they shipped him back here, for burial. It's sad.
A lot of Indians fight in wars,
Mhm.
don't they, in foreign wars? Why is that? Why do they volunteer?
And just like all young people, they want to see the world, I guess. And they think they're fighting for their country. In a way they are. What else can we do? We can't do any more than what we're doing now. We just as well live with the white people and get along with them and do what they do. And I think they treat us better if we do. But if we start fighting them, they're going to terminate all the Indians, and then we won't have no place to go. They sure terminate us in a minute if we start fighting back.
What do you mean, terminate you?
They'll just tell us to get out and help ourselves like they do other people, like the colored people.
So you feel that while you're on the reservation, you're protected?
Because this reservation do belong to the government. And they tell it's ours, but it still belongs to the government. They can take it away from us if they want to. That's no fooling. That's the truth. They can push us right out.
This brand new school was built on the edge of the reservation because the whites living in a nearby town demanded it for their children. The school teaches only the American way of life, and for the Paiute, the school represents defeat at last. For the children of a nation of people who have been fishermen and hunters for thousands of years must now assimilate, which means they will go to the bottom of the heap in the supermarket society, or they can cling to their dying lake. In fact, they have no choice, because either way they will vanish in the last stages of what some might call assimilation, but which I would prefer to call inevitable extermination.
When the Bureau of Indian Affairs was first formed last century, I think they said in their charter that one of the aims was to, quote, alienate children from their culture and their language. Now, a lot has happened since then, but has that fundamentally changed?
Well, I'm not sure that, that it really has. The people here are essentially concerned about what happens to their children. Are they going to lose cultural background, and what happens to them if we don't do something to encourage these things to continue?
What do you do to encourage their culture?
We have several programs. One is through Title IV that you experienced this afternoon. They come in and they provide us with consultants. They come in and they teach the children how to do beadwork. Some of the older people come in and also teach the teachers how to teach the children to do Indian fry bread.
So today the Paiute children are being taught to behave in the white man's phony Hollywood image of Indians. This tom-tom dance is not Paiute, and the drummer is a social worker from another Indian nation, as absurdly foreign to the Paiute as the Greeks are to the English. And his dance is meaningless to them. By the way, the final irony of this story is that these defeated people actually think they are going to win out in the end. The last chairman of the Pyramid Lake Tribal Council was a young man called James Vidovich, whose father, desperate to adopt the ways of the white man, took the name of his Yugoslav employer. At a recent public inquiry into water rights at Pyramid Lake, James Vidovich addressed the white man with these words: "You are not content with the damage you have already done. So long as there is a lake, a stream, a forest, a grassland, you must manage it, you must dam it, channel it, forest it. Can you not leave one thing untouched? Can you not leave one people alone? Can you not honor one promise? Can you not respect even one stream, one nearly extinct breed of fish, and one natural lake? We have rights too, rights to life that you cannot bestow because they were not yours to give. You would take even those from us. I read that because James Vidovich has refused to appear in this film. He doesn't trust me. He doesn't trust any white man anymore.
In the programme you've just seen, reporter John Pilger was expressing a personal view.
If you want to eat as good as my chickens, you'll just have to eat my chickens.
I don't use toilet paper.
Meet Jimmy Carter.
Now, you don't need toilet paper either.
My chickens fly more non-stops to New York than any other bird. I'm Frank. Try me.
Oh, hi, Janie. How are you? Fine. Never felt better since I stopped using toilet paper.
In 1974, more than $26 billion was spent on advertising in America. That was an all-time record, and the figures for 1975 and this year will be even higher. But isn't there meant to be a recession? A crisis of confidence in the great supermarket of the West, with whole cities devastated by unemployment? Yes, of course. But the heart and soul of America is the hard sell, the advertising man's ability to persuade people to buy the things they don't need. And it can be truly said that Madison Avenue, the center of the advertising industry, has risen to the challenge of these hard times by packaging, promoting, and selling with a determination that the late John D. Rockefeller or Henry Ford would have admired. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, say the words on the Statue of Liberty. These days, the inscription might read, give me your pre-moistened toilet tissues, clinically tested for flushability. Give me your rabbi-approved Hebrew national hot dog. Give me your Frank Perdue chickens. It takes a tough man to make a tender chicken. And above all, give me your tired, huddled politicians, yearning to be president, or governor, or dog catcher. Just give me anything, and I'll sell it.
Government regulations say we can make our Hebrew national beef hot dogs from frozen beef. We don't. The government says we can use artificial coloring. We don't. They say we can add meat byproducts. We don't. They say we can add non-meat fillers. We can't. We're kosher and have to answer to an even higher authority.
There were some skeptics on Madison Avenue who said that the American public would never swallow a Hebrew national hot dog. Of course, they didn't reckon on Scally McCabe Sloves, who, in their own words, are the now, now, now advertising agency of America. Founded just 9 years ago, they can afford these days to turn down accounts of less than $750,000. Thanks to them, more American bathrooms smell of Airwick, more caffeine-free coffee is drunk, more faces wear face cream, more drivers drive Volvos.
And even Colonel Sanders is beginning to worry about Frank Perdue, that tough guy with the tender chickens.
I don't care. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that.
It's up to me to make the ad right. I don't care where the changes come from.
But now Scally, McCabe, Sloves face their greatest challenge. Can they change America's oldest habit? Can they enter the last forbidden area and return triumphant? Can they sell the ultimate in the unnecessary? Can they sell freshen?
Well, I'm nixing them now.
But they were already...
Better late than never, kiddo.
I was just looking at the freshen projects. Now that seems to be an amazing, slightly amazing campaign.
It is an amazing campaign.
You're selling something to replace toilet paper.
Well, we're not selling it to replace toilet paper, dry toilet paper as we know it, because you really can't tell people how to take care of themselves. You can introduce it as a new concept in bathroom care, but you can't say to them, throw out your old dry paper. I mean, you know, it's like saying throw out your mother, because you've been brought up with it. It's a historical fact of life.
What is freshen? Can you describe
Freshen
it?
is God's answer to anal problems.
Really?
Oh, my.
This is the replacement of toilet paper, freshen. Let me see. I see it's... It cleans better, it's flushable, and it's biodegradable. How does it... Stu, could you show me how it actually works?
Sure. Comes in a dispenser, and inside you've got... this works better than this. You've got your refill tissues.
Yeah.
Which are, as it says, pre-moistened. The premise of the product is to wet cleans better than dry in its most simple terms.
So what you're saying is that all these years, people who've been using dry toilet paper have really not been getting full satisfaction from the product. This is very exciting. I mean, what you're doing is you're changing a great American habit, and that's toilet paper, to something that's completely different. It's like taking wheels off cars, you know. So, I mean,
we sort of like say it's like putting wheels on.
Oh, wheels on cars. I'm sorry, of course.
We developed some marvelous commercials. Actually, Ed McCabe and Sam Scally did them. They were just fantastic. They were vignettes of people in unexpected situations. For example,
they don't use toilet paper.
My daddy doesn't use toilet paper, and neither do I.
Now you don't need toilet paper either. Introducing Freshen, the new pre-moistened toilet tissue that gets you cleaner than ordinary toilet tissue can. Freshen isn't dry, it's lightly moistened to get you cleaner. And the cleaner you are, the better you feel.
I've never played better since I stopped using toilet paper.
So, is it necessary? If to be clean is necessary, this product is necessary to be clean. And that's what we're out to convince people of. And cleanliness has always been an issue in this country. We are sometimes thought of being a little bit hyped on all the cleaning products we have.
Clean freaks.
Clean freaks, yes. And you would think that this would be an automatic shoo-in based on that, but we still have to jump over these psychological hurdles of repression of the anal area, which are here and I suppose everywhere in the world, but very deeply ingrained here.
Would you say this was the last forbidden area of advertising?
Yeah, somebody said every other orifice of the body has been made public except this one. And now we're working on this one.
we have a woman in her bathroom. She's a marvelous woman. It took us ages to cast her because she had to be just right. A little bit of the toughness, but a little bit of the understanding. We wanted her to imply that she had a family. She had to have humor and personality. And she had to really look like all those other women out there. So she says, when I first saw fresh and moist toilet paper on TV, I said, nothing doing. After 35 years, I'm not throwing out my dry toilet paper, so I didn't. But I sure found out freshen can do what dry can't do. And then she does a little demonstration. And
what's the demonstration?
She... It's not what you think it is.
Scally became Sloves. Thank you.
This is Marvin Sloves, the senior partner. And this is one of the Now agency's 2 trophy rooms, filled with an assortment of prizes, which Madison Avenue awards itself almost every time a client's profits grow. Most of them here were won by copywriter Ed McCabe, the wonder boy who wrote the words that sell Hebrew hot dogs and wet toilet paper. Ed has a place all of his own in Madison Avenue's Hall of Fame.
Take Freshen. Your campaign says that it makes you cleaner, but all these years we've all felt all right with toilet paper, I would imagine.
Well, you've never had a choice.
Yeah, that's also the problem. You're just all right. This happens to be a superior product. And Ed's right. There will be a lot of people who will never, ever buy it. But they won't buy it for the wrong reason. They're not going to buy it because they have such an ingrained habit of using dry toilet paper that they don't even want to think about anything else, and they think they're clean enough. The problem is that this does work better, and it is a superior product. And that's all we're trying to tell people, that it is a new, improved way of doing something.
Don't people buy, a lot of people buy for the packaging, and that's why so much money is spent on packaging. And in fact, because of the advertising, forgetting the substance of the advertising, the slickness of a commercial, your talents, you write the copy and so on, surely.
I can get away with that once. If I do something very slick, and they go and buy it for that reason, which is a very superficial reason, and the product doesn't deliver in some way, in a functional or usable way, they won't buy it again. Yeah. And if they do, it's asking an awful lot for me or people in advertising to say, well, we're not going to give it to them.
Is it fair in the midst of a recession with up to 9 million people in this country out of work for, let me say, advertising generally, to give the American people with, as I say, 8 billion or 9 million unemployed, a product that some people might think was not necessary?
Oh, I'd love to answer that. Some people may think a product is unnecessary. Another person may think it's very necessary. I don't think it's anyone's place to tell people what they need. And I think the success of our system is you offer them something. If they want it, they buy it. If it's terrible, they won't buy it. They make or break products in the marketplace. And I don't think our job is to be a censor on what the American public should have. I think, sure, if something's dangerous or hazardous and they put their hand in it and their hand falls off or something, then you exercise that kind of judgment. But whether or not a product is valid or not, I don't think is necessarily right for us to make that decision.
Let me put it this way. What would you not sell, Martin?
Personally, you mean, as a company or me personally?
Well, yes.
I wouldn't sell any politician that my partners didn't concur in his political beliefs. And I wouldn't expect anyone with this agency to work on any political campaign that they didn't believe the person they were working for or the cause was a just and fair one.
I'm not sure it's really fair that agencies should be involved with selling politicians, because I do think that it can come down to a case of a good agency versus a bad agency. And to me, that's potentially a very dangerous thing, because I think you can package, like we saw with Nixon. Sure. You can package a politician and make him palatable to people. I think it becomes a very dangerous area.
There's another example. It's called Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Where is he positioned?
He put himself right into a box.
Yeah.
And he's going to, he did it all, but he had it. It's like, you know, it's like having distribution in every supermarket. The whole world is waiting, and then you open up the box, and it turns out there's nothing in it.
When you advertise a politician and someone buys the product you're selling, that they've had it. Because 4 years with a bad product in the White House is a disaster. With a tube of toothpaste that doesn't taste good, they can switch to another brand, and it's not the end of their life or the world.
This year, more than $300 million will be spent on the choosing of an American president. And half of this will go to advertising agencies and to image makers who specialize in the selling of politicians. The importance of image makers was first noticed during the 1968 presidential campaign, when a group of very clever advertising men set out to sell a new product called the new Richard Nixon. Using techniques they would normally use to sell a packet of Nut Crunchies, they persuaded a great many voters that the old Richard Nixon, the one you wouldn't buy a used car from, was dead. And they produced a television image which concealed Mr. Nixon's temper and twitching hands, stilled his horizontally moving eyes, lightened his tough grey beard, and even made him smile. But above all, they gave him that magic ingredient, believability. And it worked. The product was elected President of the United States. After Watergate, one of Mr. Nixon's image makers had an attack of remorse and honesty. He said, if a politician is given the right image at the right time, he can look out from that TV screen and say nothing.
and the schmucks will believe him. Jim Sprouse is not a Nixon, just a hard-working, hand-shaking local politician with no charisma who wants to be governor of West Virginia.
Yes, Jim Sprouse.
But Jim Sprouse has a problem. In the language of Madison Avenue, he is a product that doesn't have dramatizable newness. Or rather, he lacks that magic ingredient, believability.
As a campaign gets closer into the election date, you have less and less news coverage because there's so many candidates competing for it. And the news people have a tendency to give you a pretty short shrift. How are you all this morning? Jim Sprouse. Good to see you. Hi. Joe, how are you this morning, buddy? Hey, how you doing? Hey, hello, Joe. Hello, Bobby. Hey, how you doing? You haven't got a hand to shake. Good to see you. It's frustrating to have to sell like yourself soap for other commercial products, you know, and you obviously can't get any in-depth programs in 30-second, 60-second spots.
Well, Sprouse was the only honest man in that whole administration.
Yeah, why don't you watch this section, too? This is just really roughly put together.
No one can deny that within my...
So Jim Sprouse needs an image maker, and he has hired one of the best and most expensive in the business, Charles Guggenheim, who helped to change Bobby Kennedy's image from that of a ruthless opportunist to an all-American hero. From literally miles of film, Guggenheim's staff will carve a new, improved Jim Sprouse.
Just how important is advertising in winning political campaigns?
The political process is an advocacy thing. Just in court, I think you place your best positions forward, and you often put aside those things that you do not think will be most helpful to your case. And there's no disguising the fact that the political process is an advocacy process.
Is it more difficult to work with a hero like Bobby Kennedy, as you did, or with someone like Jim Sprouse?
I think it depends more on the personality than how well known they are. All you had to do is be with Robert Kennedy, as you have, and see him with people. You knew that he had a tremendous quality for self-effacement, great sense of humor. All you had to do is talk to the people who were close to his life, people who, to see him the way he was with children. Now, to capture that on film, not to make it, not to create that quality in him, it existed in him, but to bring it to people's attention was our job.
Doesn't it mean that in the end you can distill it all down to where the politician in that 30 seconds says nothing, so no one knows anything?
I think they're terribly unfair things in the American political process, of which political advertising plays a very important part. I've often said that I think the political process in our country is run more by the advertising agencies than it is by any other group. Now that seems strange to Americans, as well as to people abroad, but the truth of the matter is that American people see more of their candidates and learn more about them and the issues in the 30 and 60-second commercials than they do in any other way.
After I listen to everything the other Democrats have to say, I keep coming back to Jackson. I pay attention to what other Democrats say about crime and criminals, but I keep coming back to Jackson. They've all got something to say on unemployment, inflation, and of course busing. But I keep coming back to Jackson.
Let's have a president who knows something. Elect Senator Scoop Jackson while there's still time to save the 70s.
Well, if he's going to save the 70s, Scoop Jackson will have to wait till the 80s. Jackson spent a fortune on TV commercials but got nowhere. His image makers got so desperate that they made sure the candidate was seen only in still pictures and that his voice was never heard. Jackson was simply so boring that no image maker could rescue him from his long march back into well-deserved obscurity. One of those who was paid to save him, New York agency man Harold Pearson, explains.
But there must have been something wrong with this product. I mean, the product, Senator Jackson. When you started out on the campaign, what was that?
He wasn't perfect because, in a sense, by virtue of being such a workhorse, he spent all of his time as a legislator and none of his time as a person. And we found that very few people knew about him as a person.
Black-eyed peas, where are they?
Everyone knew about him in terms of the things, his achievements and his experience. But it was a job we had to do to try to get people to know him more as a man, and not less as a function of his experience, but also as a man.
He doesn't smile like Jimmy Carter. Is that a problem?
No, I think that's going to turn out to be a great asset. I'm not sure Jimmy Carter can stop smiling right now. I think he's got some sort of a physical problem.
This man is a farmer. He is also an engineer, a father, a Sunday school teacher, and a former governor. This man is Jimmy Carter, an uncommon man who is now running for the Democratic nomination for president.
In this TV commercial, the skillfully edited glimpses of Jimmy Carter are meant only to project a certain style, a kind of calculated inoffensiveness. While Carter's character and politics remain invisible, Carter, unlike Jackson, is allowed to speak in the commercials, but that he really says nothing.
Well, you know, everybody from Congress that's running for president is a lawyer. I don't have anything against lawyers. My oldest son is a lawyer. But I think it's time to have a non-lawyer in the White House for a change.
To make the facts fit the image, Jimmy Carter's claims about his past are never exactly right. Carter says he was a farmer who worked the soil himself, and in his book he claims to have been a nuclear scientist. In fact, he was a commodities broker, the commodity being peanuts, and an ordinary naval engineer. Perhaps not exactly a lie, but they're not exactly the truth either.
Jimmy Carter has come a long way since his childhood days in a small town called Plains, Georgia.
There are a lot of things that I would not do to be elected. And I'd like you to listen closely because I mean it. I'll never tell a lie. I'll never make a misleading statement. I'll never betray the confidence that any of you has in me. And I will never avoid a controversial issue. I won't be any better president than I am a candidate.
Would you find a candidate like Jimmy Carter a difficult product to handle?
I would find him difficult professionally and impossible personally. We're pretty familiar with the things he has done. In our opinion, he is really not a man qualified to hold the office of president. That is something just a little bit bigger than the governor of Georgia. We also find that he rarely takes a definitive stand on important issues. He will say things like, if the legislature decides to pass the bill, I will sign it. Well, the issue is really whether you'll sign the thing or not. I mean, that is part of the job. It's his opinion and whether or not he would lead that kind of a fight. He doesn't take those positions.
Mr. Nixon had advertising men all around him. Indeed, it seemed that at one time J. Walter Thompson's was running America and the world.
And Disneyland.
And Disneyland, right. But look what happened to that product. Is that not a warning to some of us that perhaps advertising and politicians shouldn't mix?
Well, there is no difference between bad advertising people and bad politicians and bad butchers and bad anything. I think he would have chosen those people, whatever profession they were in.
But he was very much promoted. He had image makers, he had advertising people pushing the product of Richard Nixon.
Mm-hmm.
That product turned out to be a bit of a no-no, didn't it?
It did, but everyone throughout the history of this country has had people helping them to campaign in one way or other. Yeah. They've always been involved with them. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt had advertising people helping him, selling him slogans. JFK did, and I don't think they were any worse for wear.
In fact, image-making only began in the mass media with John Kennedy, whose style the voters knew everything about, while the substance of the man remained largely a mystery. And Jimmy Carter, whose campaign bears an uncanny resemblance to Kennedy's, would surely like to end up with Kennedy's winning image.
I think that big government today...
In 1960, the Democratic Party estimated that the use of television advertising had made only a few % of difference in the result of the presidential election. But that was enough to give Kennedy his narrow win over Richard Nixon.
This is Jim Sprouse's key to his being elected.
Okay, we'll take it all, but
we're going to have to clean it up later. We can't get this out, can we?
Nixon had never really understood the image game, but he learned quickly from Kennedy. 8 years later, he sold himself like soap powder, and he too won with a margin of only a few percent. Once again, Madison Avenue had made all the difference.
In most countries, the media have the power to con people. The power might rest in one TV image, one headline, one piece of slick copywriting. In America, the land of the media, that power is now so refined and so pervasive that a politician like Jimmy Carter, the image maker's dream, can be a serious candidate for president without anybody really knowing what he stands for, who he is, why he's so popular. But that's the game. The $26 billion Madison Avenue game. Incidentally, it would take just $1 billion of those dollars to put all the poor farmers in the world on their feet, to make them self-sufficient and independent of our charity. But $1 billion is actually the amount of money that Americans are expected to spend on freshened, pre-moisturized toilet tissue and on the presidential campaign. Need I say that both products, pre-moisturized toilet tissue and some politicians, have those two magic ingredients, believability and flushability?